everybody, and welcome to the show. Very happy to have you all here with us today. It sounds like we potentially have ourselves some echo. No, we got it. It's gone. Very good. Let me go over here and bring the guys up. Keep in mind, it's one of those. Yeah, someone
It's
is echoing.
wait. Let's take a while. Let's all take a bet. I know the
Hmm.
answer because I'm looking at live right now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So okay, it's one of those drag ass days. So give us a break on the 5 minutes. But now we have no echo, and it's better. This is my second stream with a new computer. You guys, I'm going to hit the like share, of course, and you guys tell me if um, check it out. I'm pretty sure we should be running in 4K. For the you might not be able to see it on your screen. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to probably throw it on that monitor to see 4K. I don't even have 4K, but um, technically you should be able to. So that's good, maybe.
How
Anyway,
you doing,
that
Chester?
was well,
Welcome to the show.
that was part of the upgrade. I was trying to make the computer better for doing this. And I know one thing. I haven't gone back and checked because I did do a stream for Night Owls on the Sunday. But one thing I could tell instantly is the speed of things moving through and my voice. The audio. Now this motherboard I have has really killer audio. What I didn't realize was the headphones I had bought with the computer 6 years ago is designed for way higher computer than I was or audio based computer than I was using, which is interesting. But I can hear it's very clearly improved on my headset. So hopefully the it's better. That was the goal. One of the goals was to have better YouTube streaming. So let me know if that is true or am I just delusional.
Well, I'm watching in 420 or 480.
So there you go. So it is working. Thank you.
480p.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
So it looks good.
Uh, it says 480p. It looks blurry, but
Fine.
I'm bumping
Fine.
it up.
No, I probably need to do something special with Streamlabs. I need to go take some time. I've been really busy to go check it, but there is improvement, and I'll make some checks, and I'll ask a couple of people who are more savvy than I, and make sure I'm doing everything correctly. But I that was one of my goals was to improve the streaming experience and make it cleaner. And I do want to up my game in that regard. We were just talking about this. It's just something I need to take the time to do, but because in my presentations, I have transitions and I can also do audio and video. I just don't because of the extra time, but I probably should just bite the bullet and get it. And we were also talking about I probably should just get a Steam Deck, huh?
It wouldn't hurt.
Yeah. I mean, I do all the Steam Deck stuff myself anyway, but it would be quicker, and I could have iconic things like Raptor. Anytime a situation comes up, he presses a button and it says "Kitty." You know, Monsters Inc. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's comedy. Yeah. So I think I need to prepare that. It'd be easier than going through the rigmarole I do, which is of course the convenience of Steam Deck. Anyway, I'm
This
going to
is
try to
why you're
improve
my
that.
favorite Discord host.
Who Raptor?
No, Chester.
Me? Do
Yeah,
I am I hosting something?
yeah, you're hosting a show.
Yeah, oh, that's right. I guess I am.
So let's put on a show, shall we?
We shall. Well, to get back to it, we're going to be running a new game today. So in a moment, hopefully you all had yourself a good time during my break. I was quite busy doing a lot of things. Happy busy though. It was happy busy stuff. So it's all good. The sun is officially engaged, announced. I've known about it for like months, But it's official now, and all the the gossip runs like frickin' lightning in this place. So by 11 o'clock the next morning, the entire village knew. And of course, the girl was so nervous coming down. It was good, cute. She's super sweet kid though. She's basically he's marrying his mother, as many men do, right?
Yeah.
So she's super sweet, very traditional Japanese girl. So the gossip vine or the grapevine here in approves. So that's good. Everyone was worried about that, I guess.
It's like, oh no, it's Chester's kid. It's like he was more worried because it was you. I'm sure.
Hmm.
Now I am become drunk driver of cars.
Oh God, don't do that.
Oh god.
Maybe don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe don't do that.
Anyway, all right. So with all that out of the way, we're going to get into it. We are starting a new campaign here, and we're going to do something that we've kind of teased a few times, GOP, but we haven't actually done full on four color superhero. We haven't done that. We've skirted along. We've innuendoed it, but we haven't done it, and mainly because even though, and GOP pointed this out before, and he was very, very astute of you, sir, that many people on this channel, which let's re evaluate it. This is an indie comic book channel, yeah, but many of the people on this channel don't like comic book role playing. It's kind of weird, GOP.
A little bit,
A little bit weird.
just a tiny bit.
A little bit. We talk about comics all the time, and when we jibe and jest at all the little wokeites and their little silliness, because it's fair fun.
Oh,
Uh,
wokites.
well, they are what they are, and they do provide entertainment. I mean, when Trump came in, I was like, "This is the most entertaining president ever." Right? And then Biden came and said, "Hold my fucking beer." Has it been 15 minutes? God damn it. I warned.
Wow!
13
wow!
minutes.
13
2
minutes.
minutes shy. All right.
Well, that's the show, folks.
There's the show. But anyway, but Biden came in and said, "Hold my beer." I mean, boy, is he entertaining. Grandpa Alzheimer is freaking awesome. He falls up things, not down things. He can't
Well, he does
pronounce
both.
words. He doesn't know where he is. He's corrupt as shit, as is everybody in Washington, and he's unaware of it. He's forgotten his corruption. How sad is that? All that evil work and through 50 years in public office, and he's now forgotten it. That's actually a bit mournful.
It's great.
Yeah,
It's so great.
it's
I love it.
it's awesome, dude. I mean, Trump was fun, dude, because he was like, yeah, these fake news. It was funny. I got a kick out of
He was
Trump.
intentionally funny.
It
Biden
was
is
intentionally
funny
funny. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, Biden's funny because he's just ridiculous. Like it's such a parody.
Yeah.
That's why
Well,
Biden's funny.
Well, it is true, and the thing is, I don't know if it's the same level. The people around him certainly are, but because then north of us, we got, of course, we got Canada, our hat, and
Mhm.
their leader is just an absolute woke embarrassment. I mean, he's a freaking joke, but in a disturbing way, where I know the Biden administration is far more dangerous and destructive than that. But he doesn't know it though. He's unaware. You give him an ice cream, he's good, and just say, okay, a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left. He doesn't always do what you tell him to do, but it is great. 4 more years, I say.
4 more years until it's all over.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Anyway, so let me make sure, lady, are you everything working?
No, not yet.
Okay, well, you keep working on it.
It takes 20 minutes for the tower to reboot.
What now? What is up with you people in these freaking 20, 30-minute computers?
I don't know.
It's the tower's problem because it's been 106 today.
What does that have anything to do with it? My computer can run at 100 degrees Celsius, no problem.
What the fuck is a Celsius?
Oh God.
Oh no.
Oh no! Here we go. Chester's not even saying anything. He's just so dumbfounded. You actually broke Chester. Oh my God.
I always speak in freedom units.
We like to
Yes.
see Chester broken.
Well, the freedom units would technically be called, just so you know, imperial. Okay, yeah.
Yes, now you're speaking the king's language. I like it.
Yes. Well, it's just to help you out, and of course. Celsius is the metric system. The imperial system is the sexagesimal. It's based on 6, right? Whereas the metric system is based on 10. They're both quite ancient. The metric system tower is right much better for the common folk. 10 is easy to do all your little maths in, and it's quite easy. If you want to do space maths and you want to be super accurate at infantanium numbers, you would need a sexagesimal, which is why the Americans stick to it, right? Because it is technically better. And I just insulted 90% of the planet, but they deserve it. Okay.
Well, they should learn to drive on the correct side of the road.
They should. They should.
Exactly. You see, us
I'm looking
Americans,
at you,
I
England.
know. When you can measure a foot by an actual foot, then you're in the right place. Okay. Like
Oh well, yeah.
when I walk outside,
Fair
I
enough.
can sniff the air and be like, yes, it's a crisp 76
I'm
outside.
just shy of it though, because I'm like 11 and a half. So just shy. So it is.
That's
But to
okay.
answer your
Well,
question,
your foot's a
100
little different.
Celsius equals 212 Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's a spicy meatball right there.
It is, but most of your modern computers can handle heats up to and below that. Honestly, I wouldn't want to run a computer over 90 for any length of time, but some CPUs are designed to run at that heat anyway. This computer I haven't seen it spike beyond 56 degrees Celsius, so I'm a very happy boy. But that would be 132 degrees. So my computer runs around 132, 133 degrees consistently, which is good. So my point being, your computer laughs at that heat, lady. Is my point. Anyway, so but we're going to be doing something new today. So we've already had a great start. 13 minutes in, and I dropped an F bomb. But it is what it is. So let us continue.
Indeed.
Now I'm going to have to do as normal, lady, and I won't be able to. I need a third screen. Now I understand why they have multiple screens, GOP.
I got 2.
That's why I got a laptop.
I only got a 3rd.
Well, I got 2,
I'm
but I could
I'm
use a
only
third.
16% done.
Well, no, I get why I see all these streamers and these, real tech gurus, that have multiple screens. I really think I should buy another one. I maybe I can reposition my computer because it's kind of small though, because I had to upgrade to a water cooling system because I went with the i9 CPU, and it has an actual LCD screen on the cooling unit. I don't know why, but it's all part of that RGB nonsense. But maybe I could use that. But I saw these little, very long and very narrow things, and of course you can rotate your monitors any way you like these days, right? The software, the Windows 10 and up, will do that for you. I should get one of those, GOP. And then I could have the chat here right in front of me the whole time. I could be a 3-monitor dude and be absolutely insufferable.
You know what? If you can go 3,
hmm
why not go 4?
Why not go 4?
Why not? I mean, like, You got the power to go for gold.
I do. I could actually have a force screen, and while talking to you, I could be playing COD.
You
I
can
could.
do it.
I could.
Like
Todd,
you
Yeah,
could,
I
like
don't.
could
I
you
don't play COD
imagine how much of a flex that would be on everyone?
on everybody, and you wouldn't even know it. I just
Yeah.
flexing myself. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hmm.
Well, that's the best kind.
It is the best kind. You're right. But what do you say we get into it? You ready?
Yeah. It's long
Okay.
enough. You can drop an F bomb now.
I can, but I already did. And Tower, you're clean for the day, sir. So
wait,
let
what's
me.
that mean? Wait, I'm clean. I just took a shower, so yeah.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Okay.
That has been
On to the game.
said. That has been said.
Is that
Game
what he
time.
meant? He didn't mean that, did he?
Let's make some characters.
Yeah.
Let's play
Yeah.
a game. Yay!
Yeah. All righty. Well, I have shared with you, so let's go ahead and get to it. Clear that out. Just so you guys know, um, just some opening details before I start jumping into it here. We are playing Marvel's superheroes role playing game. I have adjusted it some over the years since it came out in the early 80s, but not significantly so. There's been many, many, many people who've come out with the face strip system of their own. I guess it's OGL. I don't know, but whatever. But there are many of them, and some of them I think miss the point, and some of them
Okay,
are
it's
fine.
working.
But let's just get right into it, shall we?
Just
So
making sure my thingy works.
yeah, that's good. Now we have a dice thing set up. We're going to be using 10-siders only. Mainly use a 10-sider for initiative just by itself, and then everything else in the game is rolled with percentile dice, which is two 10-siders. And of course the dice thing that we use has that working and available for you. So you'll actually be able to just roll your dice and read them directly this time, GOP. Handy.
Very
Neat.
cool.
Very cool.
So I will. I'm ready whenever character creation begins.
Okay, well, we have to get our introduction first.
Okay.
So, let me stretch myself a little bit here. Okay. Here we go. Welcome, everybody, to the morning here, and it is WSJY in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Everyone, we got ourselves the Tito Breed Show. Take it away, Tito. Okay, yeah, cool. We're gonna start our conversation out today with very simple. Are you fat? Well, people have been worrying about that for like ever, kind of. And it's been going on for a long time. Even way back with them those Greeks running around naked and all their sex parties and stuff, it was cool. Back in like 500 years ago, dude, there was like these books started coming out about diet, and people got kind of crazy about it, and we've been on that ever since. And of course, many of you older folk know what I'm getting to, but the youngins these days don't really seem to understand all the kerfuffle that took place back in the 60s, man. So I want to bring you up to date with it. But like I said, there's been lots and lots of these kind of diet books, and a lot of them these days. People know the Weight Watchers, but the biggest one of all time was OmniFit. Oh man, OmniFit, dude. When that thing came out, brother, I mean, it worked a miracle. People were like instantly getting thin, and it just was like gangbusters. I mean, everyone was using it all over the world. It was super popular. Some people are even saying that it was curing their cancer and shit. Back in the '60s, we didn't know much about that then, but we don't know much about it now either. Yeah. But anyway, especially a lot of ladies, worrying about the weights and stuff. But they started losing it, and this company's just exploded bigger than anything ever. It was just the way it was, man. I mean, incredible weight loss, and it wasn't just that. It was also people were getting in shape. This freaking powder shake, man. It was like making you fit. Oh my God, what a perfect name, OmniFit. I just realized that.
What shall be news?
Wow. Yeah, it was OmniFit. Oh. Tito, get back online. Oh, sorry, man. Sorry. Emergency toke. Oh, much better. Everything's copacetic. All right, yeah. So OmniFit, but then as things go, within a year or two of all those ladies losing that weight, they started popping out the babies. Because you get a little thin, you get a little sexy, you get a little bit frisky. But but then babies started coming out, and they weren't right, man. They were like animal kids. I mean, not all of them. It was pretty small, but OmniFit was so huge and worldwide that it was thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe. I don't really know. But we started calling them myths, and we still do. All those years later, and they're just these little kids that we don't see much of them anymore. They tend not to stick around our society as much, but every now and then you'll see them, and of course they're out there somewhere in the ether, breathing and doing what peoples do. But it's a bit weird when you pop out a pig kid. Yeah, yeah, I think so.
Indeed. Indeed.
Pop
Indeed.
that piggy. Oh.
But anyway, aside from the modern, terminology and stuff, man, it's you know, it was a big deal, and I kind of not maybe the best person to tell you about it, so I'm gonna turn. I got a guest today, man. The Tito Bree Show, Pawtucket, WSJW. Out of character. That is real, by the way. The
What?
Pawtucket actual FCC official number license is WSJW. I
Oh
shit you
wow.
not.
They're gonna sue you.
Yeah, no,
WSJW.
I shit you not. But
I feel like this is a painting of Chester.
Oh God.
oh no, I'm much thicker and bigger than that. Although, and I'm not that old, but
And
I'm
his
getting
beard
there.
is much nicer.
True. Like keep in mind, this is all AI, right?
Mm.
So
I know.
anyway, so back in character. Yeah, so I brought myself in a guest today. His name is Greg. Greg. Let me get it written down here somewhere. Okay. Tito, it's Greg Harrison. Oh, well, okay. Emergency toke. Good. So Greg is he's gonna do his thing, and he's gonna explain it to you. Take it away, Greg. Well, thank you, Tito. Very happy to be here today to go through a little bit of history for the young people who don't seem to understand the panic of the 60s, 70s, 80s, and the various wars and death and destruction that took place because of it. These days, it's all cool and hip. But it wasn't that way back in the day. Yeah, I'm going to come in here and get into it for you guys and let you know exactly what happened with OmniFit. It was a pretty startling thing when it came out. Everyone was very excited. Of course, a lot of scientists were questioning it. How do you create a diet drink that actually works? Hmm. I mean, honestly, a little bit of exercise is all you need. But those kind of easy, often not easy rags to riches stories really enthuses people. But it was an incredible success for the good 2 years that it ran before things really started popping. And what happened during that time was, as Tito had said, these children, these anthropomorphic children, which we do call myths today, amongst other derogatory terms, um, started coming out, and it was pretty shocking to people. And of course, a lot of people were wondering what's going on. They had the whole the apocalypse is upon us crowd, and etc. Anything you would imagine was being said in this absolute panic. But eventually, they all came to a conclusion. The only thing these children from all over the world had in common was OmniFit. So, various regulators and government agencies started getting involved to go over and try to find out what exactly was this OmniFit, the sensation. And of course, what they brought themselves to were these two gentlemen. Now, these guys here, we have Dr. Irwin Crane and Chief Tom Post. Now, Chief Tom Post was, a part owner of NewMed. And after the war, they hired a lot of, governmental scientists who were working at the war effort, of course. And Dr. Crane was no different. And Dr. Crane was working on a very, very interesting project during the Great War, of course, World War II. And basically, during that time in Europe, the American soldiers and various other agents were coming across some very strange things. And they would bring it back to America, and the scientists try to work it out. Now, Dr. Crane, the project he was working on was one that involved, well, demons. Now, that freaked people out, as you would imagine. You know, demon somehow had something to do with it. But of course, during them trying to find these two, and then of course the trial that ensued, they did find Chief Tom Post, and he committed suicide. Dr. Crane didn't take that route and actually went to trial, was convicted, and mysteriously dead in prison somehow. Security cameras and all that stuff. But nevertheless, these two gentlemen are gone. But here's the little story of what happened. Like I said, these bodies and these various things were found and brought back, and Dr. Crane's particular unit was working on them. And they did have, even though they were dead, the bodies had regenerative process to them. So they were trying to find a way to make it useful, and they banged at it for a good decade. Nothing came out of it, and the government shut down the project, as it does with many things, and mothballed it. All those guys wanted other things, and Dr. Crane went over to work for NewMed. But you know, uh, in the early '60s, the doctor had himself a little bit of epiphany, and he realized that if he did this combination and that combination of whatever sciencey thing they do, he might be able to do something with that. But alas, all the material was gone. The government had put it somewhere, destroyed it. He didn't know. He was lamenting this to Tom, who had become quite close to after joining the company. And Tom says, "Well, the reason you came over here is because we were doing all the government work. We're the ones that actually mothballed that project." And then their plot was hatched. Tom very easily was able to reopen the project, bring all the information over for Dr. Crane, and he started working on it. And he did find success. He was right. His epiphany was correct, but it wasn't yielding what he wanted. He imagined that he'd be able to miraculously heal the body quite easily, but it was very small gains. And he was disappointed. But then again, the whole project had been disappointing. But Tom, on the other hand, is like, well, yeah, maybe not, but it's making people lose weight. the test subjects they were doing. It was like, yeah, Dr. Crane, what does that have to do with anything? We're trying to make real science here. And of course, Chief Post was like, no, 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 we can make money off of that. Now, to be fair, Dr. Crane did push and say that, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do that, but oh, Tom, he didn't care. He pushed it out to market, and within a few years, OmniFit hit. And boy, was it a hit. Ridiculous amounts of money. All that money has not been found, by the way. But of course, Tito explained to you how we had all the myths being born, and of course the panic that went on, especially the Satan panic of it, where it was like, oh, they're from their demon children, murder them. Some countries handled it poorly. Other countries, like our good America here, we decided to put them into secret locations where they've been ever since. Now, I'm sure there's people who do know exactly where the myths are. Matter of fact, I hear tell that the places they live are called mythos, which is kind of a neat little twist. But we don't see much of them these days, that's to be fair. But that was nothing because really brought us to our current time is this. 11 years after the introduction of OmniFit, where everything cooled down, people really weren't talking because OmniFit was made illegal, it was shut down. There was plenty of block market stuff going on. Matter of fact, you even hear about that today. Here we are, 60 plus years later. But in general, we just didn't see it. It stopped and it went away, especially because the myths went away. But then it happened. Demon blood indeed. The Chicago Fire in 1978. Now, many young people don't know anything about it. Remember, Chicago has been struck by several fires throughout its history. It's kind of unlucky in that regard. But this one was epic. Thousands dead, shocking situation. And of course, the thing that really woke everybody up was the fact that it was started by a person. Ember Owens. She awoke. Now we know what awakening is now, because so many people seek it. But her birth was destructive. People died. More panic came, and found out that pretty much every single child born during the OmniFit time was altered. The myths were just directly altered in their physiology, visibly. The other children took a while. It wasn't until their puberty started kicking in that their powers started to ignite. And the panic that ensued from that brought us to the great wars of the 80s and early 90s. Now things are pieced out quite a bit. We still got a lot of crime. People with power would do as they will, but various things have been created, and of course, one of those is the various organizations or Omni heroes, as we kind of colloquially will call them these days, have brought us to your modern time. But young people, just remember, even though you're all out there trying to find your way to awaken, you want to be a superhero or a supervillain or super something. Just keep in mind this all came from a absolutely chaotic time. A lot of people died. Some pretty ugly wars. Not necessarily the most auspicious of beginnings. But you do you. Now, that right there is the introduction to Omni Hero, which we're going to be playing. Now, it doesn't matter per se. It's just a reason for things to exist. But in Omni here, we're going to use the Marvel's superhero system with some adjustments. So we're going to be go ahead and making characters now. Now, as we go along, we'll learn a little bit more about the history. I'm sure I'll throw some stuff in, but like I said, it's really not important. It's just kind of a setting, right? We're not doing like we did with Imperius, where the setting is everything, right? This is different. We're just doing a full-on open, fun superhero game. But even though that I've said that, does anyone have any questions?
No.
So we're not like there aren't the heroes in this universe are not the same as like the Marvel stuff. It's
No.
like its own thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've done my
cool.
own thing. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. I guess I could have done that, but no, there's no reason for it.
I'm gonna throw out a lot of references now.
You
But
can,
that's
you
okay.
should. Matter of fact, now
Dumped
we're
a
going to
lot
be
of
going
references.
through here the creation process, but in this game, you level up by gaining experience. And in the beginning, it's quite quick, and you'll actually gain, points here or there. But in the long run, it's a bear. So gaining karma, which is experience in this game, any way you can is good. One of the ways you can is referencing comic books in any way, whether it be comic books themselves, comic book movies, whatever. Now, I'm not going to allow you to just sit there, tower. You're not going to be able to sit there and
Yeah.
say Superman. You get no points for that. You have to be
Wait, wait,
clever.
wait. Explain. So I have to be. So give me an example of what you just said. So I can't say Superman. Like,
Well, no, I'm just saying that you could. I'm not taking away any of the comic books we have. This is an else world. It's not necessarily a different planet, a different culture. It's our world. But if you make clever references during your any time that you're playing your character, you gain a karma point. You just freely gain that, right? Now, of course, you get
can I
karma in
just
many
keep
other
making
ways as
Stan
well.
Lee cameos?
Yeah, I would, and I know GLP will. He probably has already prepared an entire notebook.
The fucking Stan Lee cameos because they fit in anywhere.
Hmm.
Well, I can't throw the cameos in myself. I have to, that's Chester's job
You got to
because I
We
can't,
have
reference it.
to.
yeah.
Of course,
It'll fit eventually.
you also get karma for doing combat and using your skills, and you also get karma for playing your character that you've made. And we're going to get into how you do that. But first thing we need to do is create our characters. Now, these guys did a little bit of prep before. I have a feeling it was very inappropriate prep, so we're going to do it now. Okay.
That'd be my fault.
That would be your fault, but that's all right. That helps them
Mine
understand
was a
and it
witness.
gives them a direction. So let's get into this. I've laid it out very simply. This game is simple and complex at the same time, which is the best kind of game, really. But here's our character creator system. You guys at home can play along if you like. You can make a character too. It's pretty fun. Basically, what we need to do is start putting stuff on a piece of paper, even though I know you guys have already done it. But in this game, your origins are different than the base game because this is a specific, campaign. So you're either going to be Omni, Tech, or Magic. All right. Now, in this world, the Omnis have been around since the 60s. So it's been about 60 years. So you can have an elderly character if you want, or they could be old and you don't know it because their power could make them look young, right?
Mhm.
Of course, all those super capable people, we always think about being strong or tough or fast, but you also got a lot of people whose power is just simply being smarter. And therefore, the tech has advanced to the point that tech and superheroes are not necessarily so, you know, distinct. So you can go either way. And magic, those guys have been hiding for, millennia amongst us. And when all this kind of came out, and little by little, when especially during the 80s, which was a time of war, um, they just made themselves, you know, known. So it doesn't matter which you choose. In this, what I'm doing, I've simplified it a little bit. You get +1 column shift to any prime at the end of character creation, or during it. And the primes, we'll get into what that is in a minute. But everyone gets the same thing, so it doesn't matter. But you need to choose an origin, though. I don't care which one you choose. They're
And
all the same in the end. It's just how you get
so,
there. And that can be applied in gameplay as a positive
so,
or a negative. What was that, Puffin?
so no aliens.
No aliens as of now. No aliens. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I'm sure there are
Oh,
aliens. But no, not in this. No, we're going to keep it simple. You're either an Omni,
Okay, doke.
which is what everyone calls these kids affected, or and of course their children. We're what 3 generations in now, right? By
Mhm.
this formula that was created from literally the DNA of demons. So you have those. You have people who have technology that can do super heroic things, a la Iron Man, right? Tony Stark. And magic, has been around forever. So pick one. Now,
I I'll choose magic.
okay. What about you, GOP?
Omni.
Omni? How about you, Tower?
Tech.
Okay, lady,
I was gonna choose magic too.
go for it. Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter. It's more of a color thing. But keep in mind, in game, certain things will affect magic that won't affect other things, and vice versa, and et cetera, et cetera. So it does apply. It does actually matter. It's not going to affect your meta playing. But there will be moments that the Omni will be affected by something that everyone else isn't, or what have you. Right. So it is an important choice. So just write that down, and then just right next to it, +1 to any prime. Okay.
Okay, doke.
Next, your form. And this is your body. You're either human, which most everyone is. Uh, you could be a myth. People see that they were moved away in the late 60s into private reserves because the panic, and so many of them were being murdered because they're literal demon children, and people were losing their mind. Certain countries wiped the entire populations out, right? And we'll let you decide which ones those were. But and they just, even though today things have calmed down, most people are trying to seek a way to become powerful. Um, they still kind of just stick in their mythals, and you don't see them very much. But you can play a myth, and that's just an anthropomorphic human, right? And of course you have chimera. Now chimera are is catch-all phrase. Some
Mhm.
of them are magically created or endowed. This is where your alien thing could come in if you would like,
Okie
Puffin.
dokie.
This is just a catch-all bag for anything that's not those two. Mostly they're magically endowed people. They're not magic accusers, but they're magically endowed, is what most chimera are. But also, when omnis cannot breed with humans, they can only breed with omnis, and they do so quite prolifically, so no worries. But myths can breed for some reason with humans. And a half myth, that meaning they're much more human looking than the animal, are also fall into this category of chimera. Once again, it is generally a cosmetic choice. However, the myths and the chimera do suffer a -2 column shift to pop, which I'll explain all of that later. So there is a negative to playing a myth and a chimera, and none to playing a human. Like I said, this is a asymmetrical game. Things are not even.
Okay, and there's no positives then. It's
No,
just negatives.
just
Okay.
negatives. Yeah. So pick.
I think Chimera.
Yeah. It's catch all. You can make your alien
Mhm.
guy. No one knows who he is. Maybe there's a couple government agencies, and you guys could be working for the government anyway,
Wonderful.
because the government around the world started figuring out how to deal with it. It's many decades on, and of course, they created with the United Nations, and which means America, the Omni Hero program, which is utilized all over the world as kind of a supplement to the police. To deal with superpower problems that the police just can't deal with. And the governments didn't want to directly start hiring. They did, but they caused a lot of trouble. So this thing has been kind of separated out as a technically private industry. But
Just
it is what it is. So
so
the
Chester.
you can be an alien, but just understand that very few people know it. Yes.
Okay. Um, do you want me to kind of any like character backstory thought or just quick overview thing? Do you want me to direct message that so I don't like ask you in creation?
Oh, well, no, you can ask me directly. If it's something you want to keep
Mm.
secret from the rest, then you should DM me
Mhm.
and tell me that you
Yeah.
did
Okay.
because I'm not looking.
Okay. I'm
But
gonna
no,
GM you
this is
now.
a process. We're all going to work together. Don't worry about it. You can
Okay.
speak as you like.
All
So
right.
you're going to play a chimera alien. Just the only caveat is very few people know you're an alien.
Right.
GOP, human, I'm
I'm
assuming.
a human. Yeah.
Okay, tower.
Humanos.
Okay, lady.
Tamirian.
You're gonna play a chimera. Okay, just write that
Mm-hmm.
down on your sheet, and just keep in
I
mind
did.
that you get -2 columns just to pop. Okay,
Yep.
both of you and Puffin. Which
Mm-hmm.
if the whole party was that, like the X-Men, it kind of sucks. But and pop is your popularity. And it doesn't have anything to do. Well, it is a negative influencer, or potentially, or a negative or positive influencer, but it doesn't. It doesn't control your direct social conversations. It's the initial opinion of the public of you, right? So you can overcome it with a high social skills. You can, but just keep in mind that that's what it is. It's kind of the general perception. Oh, there's one of those damn myths. There's a lot of bigots in the world. But anyway, so moving on. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to roll 8 times on chart 1. You see the chart?
I
Mm-hmm.
sent you the direct message.
Okay, thank you. So everybody go ahead and do it. You can use I'm not going to show it, but you can use the dice roller. You can just roll your own dice. I'd probably say roll your own dice would be more efficient. But roll
Okay.
8 times on there, and it's very easy to calculate. So
I'm
um,
gonna.
a 0 to
Yeah,
1.
GOP already did it.
No,
I'm
he
testing
didn't,
this.
because he didn't do it correctly. You need to do. I
Got
have
it.
a system in place. You need to do what I'm telling you to do. Okay.
Yeah.
1 to 40 gives you a typical, which is a 5, right? 41 to 60 gives you a good. This game uses, it's very important, the word and the number, because the number is where the experience points is spent, and eventually that number will pop into a new word. And the word is what really matters when it comes to playing the game. And I'll show that. I've explained it before. Let me just show it real quick. So
Mhm.
here is our board. I have a cleaner version on the other side, but when we roll, we're going to be looking at this chart, and our number we roll, a percent of dice, is on the right hand side, and then our word, our power level for whatever the skill is, it doesn't matter, is going to be juxtaposed against it, and therefore it's going to give us a color value, and that's all we really want, is a green, yellow, or red. Okay, and in that system, you're going to have some crossover,
Ooh.
but your numbers will. And you can see, like, for instance, if you want to raise a
Let me
good
test this.
level skill to an excellent level skill, then you need to get a 16. And I'll explain how you spend your experience points later. But just so it's very, very simple. Let me bring it back up. So
That sounds exactly like what I was telling them to do, but yeah.
yeah, no, it's a little different. I'm not done. I'm doing.
Okay.
You'll
Oh,
see, it's
it wrote
not
too
what
many
you did.
times.
It's not what you did. Trust me. And of course, where if you get a 96 or above, you get a remarkable on your roll, which is valued at 26. Just roll it 8 times, guys, and get those numbers, and write the word and the number down, please. Go ahead,
I'll let Lady finish.
and I'll look at your DM.
Who is player 7?
Oh, that's me.
Oh, okay. Because we have the same
Y'all
color
need
dice.
to,
I'm like, I didn't roll
yeah,
like
y'all
that.
need to switch to colored dice. Mine are purple.
I don't. Trying to figure out how to do.
I literally just re-rolled Puffin's dice, and that's what I've been doing.
Oh, there you go. That'll do it.
Yeah,
I'll wait
because
for
I
y'all to
don't even
finish
know.
then.
Because my shit's not set up for, like, the right thing.
I'll just roll the dice I have in front of me instead. It'll be okay. Wow,
Good.
that's
Okay, I got
garbage.
you, Puffin.
Good. 8. Okay. Black and white. Where is it?
I made it pretty big. Can you see it, lady?
Oh, that's what I'm having problems with. Let me see if I can make it bigger.
You should be able to do that. Just click in your browser and you can plus it up. We're just dealing with chart 1 right now, and you got to roll 8 times on it and
Yeah.
catalog your rolls. And you can use your own dice if you like. Go right ahead.
Let me see if this fucker has windows.
Well, don't you have your own dice by now, Tower?
I do. I have a physical dice box.
So grab it and use it. Just pull out percentile dice and roll it 8 times, dude.
Okay. Yeah, I can
I
do
can
that.
tell you what I rolled for him earlier, but yeah, if he's got the dice, then you can do it.
Yeah, but you were probably going through what chart were you using though?
I'm using literally the one you are showing us.
Chart 3. Okay. Okay.
Well, okay, so I rolled chart 1 for our 8 for our stats.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I was doing for that. I added the column shifts. That's why my stuff is so high, because I added stuff from the column shifts and put most of them into grace. But I can shift it around if I can only have a certain limit to start, which is what I was asking you earlier.
Yeah, no,
But
I think you did that wrong. Other than that, it sounds like you did it right. Good. Yeah,
So,
good.
my first roll is a 30. Is that excellent or is that remarkable?
That's typical. So write down the word typical and 5. The word and the number are important. They need to be kept together.
I
I don't see what it is.
Would you like me to tell you mine, or I already?
No. I don't need to know. Yeah,
I'm just trying to look at the chart. And,
Chester, you're gonna be proud of me, right?
Yeah.
I got a Word document opened up so I can make my character sheet.
Sweet. That is awesome. And then we're going to have to get into creating art for your characters as well. I created some stuff for GOP, but he said, no, it ain't good enough. I'm fine. Complain to the AI.
Right.
So,
Well, I'll just say, wait.
Chester, I have to wipe the dust off my dice box. I haven't opened it in like a year.
Well, you're going to like it because having that tactile feel of dice in your hand is way better than clicking a frickin' mouse.
Hey, I agree. So the percentile dice is the one that's like 10, 20, 30.
And then a normal 10-sider. Yeah.
And then the normal 10-sider, which looks like a retarded diamond.
They look the same. But yeah.
Okay.
The numbers on it are different. It's just going to give you a number between 1 and 100. It's going to give you a number between 1 and 100.
So what would I get?
So, I got you.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out this chart. I rolled above.
Just tell me your number.
Okay. 60.
So it's good. 8. See the chart? It says 1 to 40 is typical. 41 to 60 is good. 61 to 95 is excellent. And 96 to 100 is remarkable. And then you write whatever number is equivalent next to it.
I was looking at the wrong chart.
Yep, chart. We're dealing with chart 1.
I was on the dice roller where I had all the scaling right there.
Oh no, you don't. We're not looking at that. We're looking at my screen. Sorry, I'm sharing my screen. Omni Hero Character Creation.
Yes, Tower.
I don't know how it says can't make changes because screen is locked. Wait, how do I unlock the screen in Word? What the fuck?
Well, do you own Word?
You have to own Word?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, fuck.
Yeah.
Let me sign into my. God damn it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Things
All right.
written down.
This is what you need to do. Just use Notepad or go get a free version, like say WPS. WPS gives you everything that the Microsoft Office gives you, but it's free. Now you can upgrade for more swaths and all kind of little things, but you don't have to. It's completely functional. I haven't paid for it, and you see all the stuff I've created over the years.
And let us know in 45 minutes when it's done downloading.
I know, dude.
Okay,
That's
so
like
I have finished
literally
my
blink
rolls.
and
Now
miss
what?
it download, right?
I'm a glass cannon. What now?
Well, we don't know what you are.
Hi.
We haven't applied the dice
Okay.
yet. Lady, have you
Okay.
got all 8 rolled yet?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. GOP, you're good.
yeah.
You're done puffing?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Tower is not.
No. Oh, do I
Tower?
need to roll on
The
chart 2
dice
and chart
roller
3?
is
I'm
open
sorry.
for you if you want, but you got dice in your hand, so
No,
just
no,
use them.
I have it. I'm just was okay. Well, damn, this sucks to
Well,
suck.
there is this archaic method. It's called paper and pencil.
We don't
I
speak
haven't
of
done
the
that
ancient
since.
ways.
I know, right? I haven't done that since like 5th grade. Let me go. Let me get my notebook.
Yeah, just
Bust
grab a
out my.
piece of paper and a pencil and roll the dice. Tell me the number, and I'll give you your a result. We do it real quick.
Okay.
Yeah,
I hope you
I
get
got my
100.
curious.
He just rolls
Wish I had. I
800s.
wish I had a. I wish I could have a couple of them over 96, but I didn't.
I've
Got
got
close.
one. I've got one over 96, but that was it. I got one exactly at 96.
Okay, Tower.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Yes, we're
So,
halfway. We're halfway there. I've obtained paper. Now I'm obtaining pencil.
okay, good. Or pen. Pen's good. Marker, crayon. Crayon
I'm
might be
sure.
actually incredibly
At this point,
appropriate.
I might just use it. At this point, I might just use the pocket knife and use blood script.
Yeah, there you go. That's okay. All right.
Is any
It's
in
in
the
my
chat
work bag.
and
What the
channel?
fuck?
Because I'm on.
I'm sorry, lady. Say that again.
I'm not watching the chat.
That's
I
okay.
don't know about the rest of you.
Don't
I
worry
don't
about
think
it.
anybody's
It's
watching.
okay. They're
Yeah.
just
Now that
following along.
okay, Chester. I am almost success up. Okay, so your first roll,
Yeah, just go ahead.
68.
68. Excellent 16. Excellent / 16.
Okay,
Next one.
second roll. Holy fuck, 99.
Okay.
Woohoo.
Remarkable / 26. Okay. Again.
Okay. Third roll, 33.
Typical 5. Typical / 5. Okay.
80 even.
Excellent / 16.
$95.
Remarkable / 26. No, sorry. Excellent / 16.
Close.
It was close.
Here you go, Mr. Freeman. I've sent you something.
Okay. How the fuck 99 again?
Hooray.
Okay. That is remarkable / 26.
Very nice.
He's the cannon.
Well, it depends on how you
My
play.
question is, how the fuck did I roll 299s?
It doesn't matter. Go ahead and
Okay.
roll 2 more times, please.
Oh, 2 more times? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. 41.
Good / 8.
All right. Money shot, 87.
Excellent / 16. Okay, so everyone has their 8 words and numbers. Now we're going to move on to chart 2, and we'll just do this live. So let's start with Puffin. Go ahead and make a roll for me. We only need 1 roll here, so it's pretty simple to do. You can roll it yourself, roll it on the dice roller, it doesn't matter. In game, we will use the dice roller, but right now,
Okay, well, in that spirit, I'll use the dice roll, and hopefully I don't get screwed.
yeah, well, yeah.
Chart
get
2.
Screwed.
41.
41. So
you know.
1 ability. This is abilities. Just write down the word abilities. You got 1 / 2, and I'll explain what that means later. Okay, GOP.
On that, I got a. Let me scroll to it. So I had it on here. I know I have 1 of 2. That's where I was at. I was
Okay,
trying
so
to find the
ability
number.
1/2. Lady,
Yeah, I rolled a 29.
yeah, there you go. Lady, what's your number?
13.
You got a 1
1 and
slash
1.
1. 1/1. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter. And it sounds like that's what you already had. Tower, go ahead and roll.
62.
1/2. So everyone's kind of
No,
in
no,
that.
no.
No,
60.
no,
Oh,
that's
60.
2 slash
Sorry,
4.
2/4. 2/4.
Yeah.
2/4.
Okay. What's mine, Chester?
Write down the word ability. 2/4. Go ahead, Tower.
Yeah, ability, and then what do I write down for 62?
2/4.
Okay.
I'll explain what that means in a minute. We
No,
still
I
got
was
one more
making sure
die.
that I said 1/2.
No, you don't. I was wrong. You got 2/4. Just write ability 2/4.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. Puffin, roll again, please.
Okay. Let's see. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Reroll. Did it work?
Sounds
26.
a 26. Skills 3.
Skills 3. Okay.
GOP.
I rolled an 85, so it's a 4.
Skill/4. Lady.
Rolling. 86.
86. So skills 4. Tower.
Okay, I roll again. All right. What the actual 99?
Very nice. So skills 5. Skills 5. All right. So what does this mean that we just rolled? Abilities are the things you can do. Okay. Now with omnis, their power is limited by their core, right? So some omnis, energy core, their psychic core inside their body is more powerful than others naturally. So the first number is the number of powers we're going to give your character right now. The second number after the slash is the ultimate top number you can have. So lady can only ever have one, where was it GOP can have up to 4 eventually, if he chooses to. I mean,
Power.
you
I
don't
get 2.
tower. It does. I mean, you might not even want to do that because you might want to focus on the power you have. Like in the long run, tower might be more versatile than lady, but lady's going to be more powerful because all her energy is going into a single ability, right? So more is not necessarily better in this situation. However, that's what that represents, your core, the amount of power you have right now, and the ultimate amount of power you can hold within your body. For it works exactly the same for magical people, and for tech people, we'll just say it magically works the same way for them as well, even though it doesn't make sense. But it is what it is. The skills are simply the number of skills your character starts out with. And this might mean you're a savant of some kind, or you're older, right? There are no limits to skills in the game. You can gain as many skills as you like. There's no limit to it. It probably dictates either a person who went through, if you have high skills, someone who went through a lot of training, someone who's a savant, or just older, right? But we'll get into how to apply skills in a minute. Now, we also have, and you might want to, we're going to hold off on this. Just I want you to write it down and keep it in your mind. We're starting out with 3 build points, is what I call them. During gameplay, occasionally you might get them. That's a big reward, but occasionally you might get a build point. It's pretty huge. But it's like completing a really difficult campaign, or some scenario that deserves better reward. You will get a build point. Normally, you just use karma to improve yourself. But build points can be spent in one of several ways. You can spend a build point to roll any ability. That means your actual prime stats, abilities, Skills don't work like that. I'll get into in a minute. But anything you have, even if you have, like say you end up with like a magical item or a tech item, and you want to juice it up. It can be applied that way. And basically, you roll on this chart, and it gives you a +1, +2, or +3 column shift, which I'll explain all of that moving forward, but it makes you stronger. You have 3 of those. You can also spend a build point to gain 2 additional skills right now, if you want. Or you can spend a build point to get +1 ability up to the core threshold. So because there are no column shifts with abilities, right? The number of abilities. You can improve the power of the ability with a build point, but to get another ability, it costs an actual build point or 1,000 experience points. That's basically what a build point is equivalent to 1,000 XP. All right, so just put that in your pocket, and we'll think about that later at the end of character creation. Everyone does have 3 build points as we stand. Okay, all right. So let's move on. Now we need to decide how we want to apply these 8 roles that you made. We have 8 abilities. I've changed this from the base game. And let me explain. The base game is face rip, and I could have left it that way, but I'm a nerd, so I didn't. But anyway, tactics. I think is a better word because it applies everything you do in melee combat, right? But it also can be used for tactical strategy, right? So it's a little bit more versatile than the original fighting, right? But this is basically for the vast majority of the game. It's going to be how you punch things or hit things with a weapon, melee combat. Okay, so that's what tactics is. Grace is your agility, range combat, um, you know, anything that applies to the word here. At where agility is very, very specific, grace kind of has a little bit broader meaning, right? But it's basically going to be used for your dodging, evasions, and range combat. Okay. Muscle, very simple, raw power, strength. Okay. Fitness, stamina, resistance, and your move. So that's important. Okay. Logic, intelligence, and problem solving. Very simple. Empathy is a new stat that I've added, and this is your capability to connect with others, and it affects your pop. So empathy is not without its uses. There is not a drop stat in this game. Just keep that in mind. It's not like D&D. Wisdom, street smarts, intuition, situational awareness. Once again, if you're playing a detective type character, you definitely want Batman would be badass in this, right? And then will, which is your just sheer strength of will. Now, if you're going to make a psionic character or a magical character, a person
Mhm.
who literally wields magic instead of just as magical items or magical endowment, but you're an actual magical
Mhm.
wielder like Doctor Strange, you need to have everything in will.
So, question.
Yeah.
Um, I just realized if I'm an alien, that wouldn't be as much magic as it would be
Why?
tech.
Well,
Well,
what?
I
I
mean,
mean,
it
it's up
could.
to you. You could go tech, go for it. But I'm saying
Oh,
why can't an alien come from a magical world? I mean, you could,
that's
but
true. I forgot about Lovecraft.
mhm. Yeah,
Yep.
I mean,
All
but you can
right.
go tech if you want. Like I said, it's mainly cosmetic, but there
Oh,
are
okay.
certain things you'll run into where tech can get shut down, or magic can get
True.
shut down, or omnis can get shut down. There are certain situations, so it could come into play, but it's going to be rare. It really will be
Oh.
rare. But it doesn't matter. But if you're going to play a psychic or a
Mm-hmm.
magic wielding character, you want will's very important to you. But
Okay.
anyway, think about what you want to do with your character. It sounds like you guys already have. And just go ahead and apply those 8 numbers we rolled, word and number, to each one of these: tactics, grace, muscle, witness, logic, fitness, logic, empathy, wisdom, and will. You have 8 word and number combinations. Apply them now. It's just
Okie
like any
dokie.
other game we've played. It's very self-explanatory. Go ahead. As we
Okay,
wait.
really fast. Okay.
Yeah, just
Here.
make a decision what kind of character you want to play, and keep in mind you guys can play whatever you want. We're gonna get to the abilities or powers here in a minute, and I don't care what you pick. We're not gonna roll for it. You pick what you want to pick,
I
right?
Well,
was
then
gonna say, could you say the 8 slower so I can write them down
Oh,
in
sure.
order
look
and
on
then
the screen too.
You could look at the screen.
wait.
I am showing it, and I got it
Oh
blown up
shit!
big for Lady and me.
You're totally good.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
screen was like minimized, and you gotta think too. It's on a smartphone, so
Well,
Well,
as you
I
guys make those decisions, I'm gonna go put some hot water on to make some more coffee. But I mean, it's just like all the other games we played. You got tactics, which is your physical combat. Grace is your dodging and your range. Muscle is your power. It's just your strength. Fitness is your stamina, but it's also your resistance to things like poisons, disease. But it also applies to your move, so it is important. Logic is your how smart are you, and there's many situations where you need that. A lot of your
Mhm.
skills are based upon logic, right?
well,
Empathy is your ability to interact with the world, and have empathy and social skills. It applies directly to your pop. It also benefits other things. Wisdom is just your intuition. It's similar to logic, but it's not. It's some people are not very logical, but they have great street smarts, right? And vice versa. Will is just your, strength, your force of will, your gene grayness. Go ahead, GOP.
well, I think it is important for us to discuss if we're trying to figure out where to put each thing, what kind of characters that we are building.
Yeah, I
You
think
know?
it is. You guys should discuss it. I'm going to put some hot water on.
Yeah. So like
okay.
I'm building a very quick, agile blaster, basically. So I'm going to I'm loading up my grace.
I should probably make like a tanky fighter.
Yeah. So you're gonna want like muscle and fitness being like your main two.
Okay, so those ones I'll both do my 26.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then um tactics I would probably guess would be your third.
So I have 1, 2, 3. I have 3 16s, a 5, and an 8.
I would recommend at least one of those 16s going into tactics. And since you're kind of our tank, you should probably put another one into Grace just because that's gonna become your health pool.
So logic, empathy, wisdom, and will. I have 2 more 16s,
Let
and then
me
I
let
start.
me if I can interject real quick. I heard you guys
Yeah.
talking. Tower. Right now, those numbers are not important to you. Use the words. This is a word-based game. The numbers apply in many situations, but don't worry about the number at all. Use the word.
I, I was just doing the number, and then I was going to write the word next to it to make it a
Yeah,
little
but you
easier.
should. But I'm just saying, with this game, you shouldn't think that way. You need to think the word first, because the
So
number, if you gain experience, it could shift you into a different word. But the only thing that matters is the word. So I'm
Yeah.
just
okay,
saying, don't use the number. Use the word. It's
so
a
when I
different game,
add,
Tower. It's different.
Okay, fair
so
enough.
with getting my body and mind, I should use the word from the first chart to describe what it is, not the number.
That's correct. Yeah. This
Okay,
is a word
all
base.
right.
So when I ask you how strong is your fire generation ability, you're not going to tell me 24. You're going to tell me excellent or
Excellent.
remarkable or typical or incredible,
Amazing.
or it could be amazing. Amazing's top level, by the way, GOP. You can't
Um,
go
what,
above
Okay.
amazing. Yeah.
what was
All right,
that
fair.
chart
What about
again?
Now
remarkable?
At this point, you can go up to unearthly in the long run, but you can't right now. So
We're just starting, yeah.
yeah.
okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
Now I know.
I got you. So yeah, GOP. Pretty much, I have 2 more excellence, and then just a good and typical. I'm trying to think. What should I put typical at? Because that's going to be my lowest. And I have will, wisdom, empathy, and logic.
Let me interject again. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be doing something. I should be doing this. Um, these words. Let me explain what they mean. I modified the chart GOP, as you probably noticed, and I took away the lower potentials because we're making heroes. I don't want people running around with feeble things here or there or poor.
Yeah.
But typical means literally the average human. Okay,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
typical. Whereas a step below that, poor, maybe someone has some kind of handicap, right? And
He has a
feeble would
mental
be
retardo.
literally comatose or nearly comatose. But typical is what the average person can do. Good means you're good at it, right? Excellent means you're more than good at it. Remarkable is kind of getting toward the top of human ability in most situations, right? Like an Olympic athlete is, operating at their skill probably at around an excellent rank. And someone who is like a gold medalist is maybe at remarkable, right?
So my will.
Incredible is near superhuman without ability anyway. So that's how they work, and you see it doesn't it isn't a gradual jump. To give you an example with strength, okay, if you have a good strength, you're able to lift up to 400 pounds, a typical strength, right? You can lift up to 400 pounds. And there's plenty of people who, I just mean get it off the floor, right? I don't mean, throw it around. I mean, just get it off the floor. So there's plenty of people who don't have typical strength on this planet. There's plenty of people that have poor strength. Most people probably. Excellent, like Captain America, as a reference, has excellent strength. And that means he can lift and move around 800 pounds, right? Remarkable means you can move a ton. Incredible means you can move 10 tons. Amazing literally means you can move 80 tons of weight. So Spider Man has an incredible strength, which means that he can throw around and move 10 tons of weight, which gives you a
What
really good understanding of how powerful Spider Man really is.
What about a good rank strength?
A good rank strength can move 400 pounds.
Okay, so typical is how much?
Did I do that right? Excellence
Much would
800, 400, about 200 something.
Okay, so
Okay, so
typical's
about
200,
Yep.
good's 800.
Good is 400. Excellent is 800. Remarkable is a ton. My water's boiling. I go. But just to give you an idea, typical. So you guys, your initial rolls are completely within the human norm, right?
Hmm.
You're anywhere
Yeah.
from a typical to a remarkable. It's completely human, right? Yeah, there are
Hmm.
remarkable humans out there. We're going to, when we start applying our build points and our abilities and things like that, because keep in mind, some of your abilities can pump up stats as well. Um, we're going to take you from normal humans to superhumans. Okay? Let me
Mhm.
go get my water.
So tower, you said you have 4 left, right?
He's muted.
Oh,
So,
tower.
do we apply that +1 CS we got from the start now?
I think we're waiting. I think
Okay,
he'll apply it later.
I'll
So
get some weaknesses too whenever the time comes.
yeah, I'm still like, cause I've got something written up. I'm sure he'll want to tweak it, but I've got the ideas in mind, and we'll see how
Oh,
extreme. Yeah.
GOP. How does this sound? Right. So for tactics, I have 16 excellent. Grace is 16 excellent. Muscle is 26 remarkable. Fitness is 26 remarkable. My logic is a 5 typical. My empathy is good at an 8. My wisdom is a 16 excellent, and my will is a 16 excellent. So I did everything as tanky as possible, pretty much.
I would say
Wonderful.
because you built your own armor, I would say change out will with logic. So give the logic the better one, because
Well,
you're still got to be somewhat smart because you.
hear me out. What I was thinking though is because will is your ability to resist like mental attacks.
Yeah. Well, you could do that or wisdom. It's up to you. But I would recommend logic actually being one of the better ones of the 4 that
So
are
do
left
logic at the 16
instead of the typical.
or actually, I probably could do like will, like just switch it where will's typical, but it's good.
Yeah. Switch one of them. One of those, either wisdom or will. I would recommend switching with logic, just because it makes more sense for
Okay.
your character.
When it says apply all column shifts gained, we're talking
Yeah,
about on the primary abilities.
Yeah, but we're waiting on
Okay.
that until Chester.
He says so. All right.
Yeah.
And I haven't got access, so I can't even.
You're gonna be proud of,
What's up?
you're
I
gonna
can't
be
even
proud
look
of.
at the.
I went
Okay.
Okay,
to
I'm
San
back, and I shan't leave again. All right,
All right.
Rashawn,
I shan't.
you have to go big.
No, I don't.
Ooh,
I'm a male. I'm good.
I'm
I
mind
have
controlling
I got a
you.
valve. I know, but
You,
I'm
you
impervious.
gotta you,
I
you
have a little valve sitting here, lady, and I can shut it off, and I don't have to piss. You ladies are just kind of free flowing all the time. That's why women, just so you know, gentlemen, that's why women go to the bathroom literally every 52.5 minutes.
I've gone a 12-hour shift without going to the bathroom. Thank you very much.
Sure, but you wanted to.
I piss at work.
By the time I left, yeah.
Every hour at work might piss at the container.
Wow. Thank you for that information.
Well, women do leak, just so you know.
Yeah. That's why most of
Is
them
that
wear pads year round.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I've many times tried to encourage my wife to go pantyless about the house. She refuses, and not for the reason you think.
Oh.
Easy. Yeah. I did say I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it.
Well then.
Okay.
So, has everyone made their
Everybody's got their
decisions?
primary stats written down.
Okay,
And
good. And if you apply those 8 words,
yeah?
good. All right.
I applied myself, Chester. Do I get a star?
You
no.
might.
An
You might.
imaginary star.
Okay.
Do we
So,
start doing the karma thing now? Look, there's a bird. It's a plane.
Well,
sure, take one karma, even though the character's not even done yet. Amazing. Anyway, let's but yeah, anytime you guys make references like that, unless I yell at you and say that was lame, yeah, just write down a karma point. It's part. It kind of promotes fun gameplay, but also you can get more karma points by playing in character, because we're going to make those decisions right now. Who and what are you? And if you play within that, you get more karma. If you don't, you don't. So, and you want to get as much karma, because I'm telling you, in the beginning, you guys will gain points here or there, and things will power up, and it'll be great. But eventually, it stalls, and you'll when I get to that, we'll get to that, because today is all about this is session 0, right? So let's move on, and let's talk about what you're making. I did plan on doing it. I was just trying to get to this point, GOP. So let's start with Puffin. Now, Puffin, what kind of you're playing some kind of alien chimera guy or an alien. So,
Yes,
what do you want? What is your dude? What's your idea? What's your concept?
my concept for the character.
Yeah,
His name is Iggy, but his native language he's Igrathos.
sure.
Um, his has basically come here, and it doesn't matter if I've cut this out of character. He is a collector of experiences for where he's from. Basically, his home planet, everybody has used AI to experience everything artificially that they ever could, but they've never gone outside of their pod. So he goes around to other less developed planets, experiences things, helps, does things, and then once he goes back to his world, when his work is done or whatever, he can synthesize those memories and sell them.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That
Ooh.
sounds good. Good idea. And of course, therefore, super powered because you come from a higher tech world, and
And higher
therefore,
gravity.
well, I'm just saying that's why you have superpowers because
Oh,
it's a
yes.
technological one. So,
Right.
it sounds like you're making a tech guy, not a magic guy.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, great idea. That's awesome. He's sitting here he's a businessman, collecting
Hmm.
human emotions and experience to sell on back in his home world. Perfect. Excellent. So now that we know his premise and his purpose, where does his powers lie? Where I mean, on his planet, average might well be different than our planet. But where do his powers lie? Is he a physical guy? Is he a mental guy? Is he a what is his physicality or his mental?
He has typical tactics, good grace, good muscle, good fitness, just from being from a different environment. Typical logic, empathy, and wisdom, but has remarkable will.
Yeah, okay. All right. So you're going to be a psionic character. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. So you're going to be a psionic alien. It kind of goes like that.
Hmm.
And while I'm at this juncture, let me just go ahead and show you a character sheet. And I'm not going to show you all of them. I will in when we do our little. Hopefully, we'll get to that today. But here's a character sheet. You guys, oh, it's so much clearer. Oh, this
It's
computer.
very
I'm
nice.
going. Let me pet it. I'm petting it. It's being petted. Good computer. Good computer. Okay, anyway, this character sheet right here has everything you need. Now, you can put a bio with your character, and I suggest you do. I got to remove that delta. There is a mistake here. Let me see if I got one that doesn't have the mistake. Yeah, him. Okay, here we go. So this character sheet has everything you need if you want to create some history background for your character, how tall are you, how old are you, all that kind of stuff. You can add that as well. Matter of fact, I encourage it because it'll help you play your character. But let's just look at what we need for gameplay. Okay. Now, of course, what does your character look like? Awesome. These days, the technology lets us to do that. Oh my God, when I was a kid, how I would have loved this. I would have spent freaking hours GOP. But anyway, if we look at the blue, let's look at over here on the right hand side, the blue section first, because his portrait and all those little information around it are calculated things. So let's look at the blue thing. We got his AKA, which is going to be your government code name. It's going to be your superhero name. Name is who you really are. Your wealth, which you guys are going to be starting at good. So you can write that down if you like. Good wealth. All right. Now, during gameplay, during character building here, you could burn a build point to make yourself richer, but I don't know if I'd do that. But the government is paying you well, a good level. To give you an idea, Peter Parker is poor income. He's a poor boy, right? And that's why this word system is so great, and I didn't change it because it makes sense. The word makes sense. Typical. Oh, typical. It's good. It's excellent. It's remarkable, incredible, amazing. These things they're the perfect choice by these guys back in the day because they're very, very
Beyond belief.
well. They're very comic book applicable, but they're also very easily understood, right? Your origin, we already dealt with that. Are you an Omni? Are you a tech or a chimera? Your form, well, I mean, we already did that, right? Or a tech or magi, et cetera, et cetera. The A is your ability, which we already rolled. Your skills are how many you currently have. Your spirit we'll get to in a minute. But you see the stats here. And what we're doing is the tactics, grace, muscle, and fitness are your body. And whatever total numbers you get, the number, not the word, because the word is what matters in gameplay. But for calculating statistical numbers, the number applies, right? So we're going to take your tactics, your grace, your muscle, and your fitness, and we're going to add those numbers together, and that's going to give you your body. And that is your health, right? And then your logic, empathy, wisdom, and will are going to be added together, and that's going to be your mind. Now, these are both represent health, but they also these numbers are going to help to calculate other things as well. But we need these because you can come under mental attack as well as physical attack. Magical attacks and psionic attacks can certainly affect the mind.
Really quick, it's body, and then the logic, empathy, will, wisdom is what?
Mind.
Mind. Okay,
Body,
thank you.
mind, and yeah, so there you go. And body, mind, and spirit, or I should just call it soul, huh? Yeah, I should change that. So just to give you an idea, we'll deal with all that in a minute, but just to give you an idea, the tactics, grace, muscle, and fitness is red. It's body. It's physical. Logic, empathy, wisdom, and will is yellow. It's mental, right? Then you have abilities. Here we have Karzov. And he's very original. His name is Yander Karzov, and his AKA is Karzov. So you go, Mr. Russian man. And of course, there's a Russian in a comic book game. Of course, there is. Anyway, he's a hero though.
Karma point.
Karma point for the DM. But you look at his ability. Now he only has
That's
one.
Bedonia.
He's just got one ability, and it's tough body. Okay. And he has it's a remarkable ranking. So anytime I roll, it's going to be under the remarkable word. But it's equivalent to a 26. So anytime he takes damage, he's reducing that damage by 26 points, right? And if he spends karma and he levels it up to a 27, well, there you go. He's improved, right? However, that is physical damage. Energy damage, unless depending on the power you take. But the next level up costs 2 abilities. Because keeping in mind, when we get to abilities, some of them cost 2. Some even cost 3. Right? So it isn't necessarily 1-to-1. But and he also reduces energy damage put upon him by 16 currently. He has his skills. He has let me see. I got 1. He's just got 3. He only has 3. Yeah, it's right up top. Skills. He's got 3. He's got he does karate specifically. I should being Russian, I should have made that judo. But and the skills, some of them are just pick something and it applies logically. Other things they're a little more formatted. With martial arts of any kind, there is a lettering system, right? Martial arts A gives him a slam and stun, which in gameplay you'll see what that means. But if you come across someone who is stronger, more powerful than you, normally you can't stun them, knock them, daze them, or slam them, knock them down, or if you have super strength across great distances, you can't do it, right? But with this ability, martial art A, in this case, I'm calling it karate A, you can do that. And then he spent 2 skill points on specializing in the hammer, which is what he carries. This gives him +2 column shifts to tactics. So in combat, when he's swinging that hammer around, he's rolling under the amazing category, right? Which is right here, right? See? So he's going to be to get a green, he's going to need a 26. Excellent. Now in this game, the higher color, the better, obviously. But so he's pretty good with that hammer, and that's about it though. But also because he is specialized, he also gains a +1 to his initiative. Gear is just the things you have on you. Everyone's going to have whatever gear is appropriate to you. Plus, you also have team comms. And his contacts, are what he has. I'm pretty fluid about that. So if it makes sense, I'm, going to kind of let your character have it. But keep in mind, these aren't all the people he knows in life. These are the people he can call on in game. Right. Then we come over to the left-hand side, and we've calculated a bunch of things here. Karma, of course, is a 0 because he hasn't started. Right. His pop is excellent, which is his empathy level, plus he gets a +1 column shift because he is a good guy. And he works for a government agency known to be good guys. His speed, which we'll calculate later, is his pluses to his initiative roll. You roll a 10-sider, you add whatever your speed to it is. We get that. His movement, which I haven't written down here, but it doesn't matter because he has a remarkable fitness. He moves 3 areas per turn. If you have an excellent, you move 2, and if anything below that, you only move 1, unless you have some sort of super speed. All right. Then up top we have the Omni Core shield, which says he's class 1 because he's brand new first level, just like you guys. As that class goes up, you guys get bonuses and extra experience points and all kind of goodies, right? And he's also a rank Delta. Delta, these rankings also, if you can, that's not going to happen very often, right? But if you can rank up to a higher level, then you will gain a bunch of perks and stuff as well. But just to give you an idea of, how you could put it, how the character sheet goes together. Hers is exactly the same. She's very different. He's physical. She's not. She can fly. That's her ability. So very simple.
And fly really fast.
She's fast, yeah. So these these characters are just like yours, lady. They only have one ability. Anyway, so let's get back to it. Therefore, you guys have your concepts, you have all your abilities written down, and those 3 build points we can apply anytime. You just tell me when you want to. But let's move on here. Well, no, I guess we can't. So you do have 3 build points. Let's go back to that for a second. All right. Now we're gonna roll abilities and stuff, or make abilities and stuff. So we might as well do that. Puffin, how many abilities did you end up with? What was your number?
1/2.
All right. So in the long run, you can have a maximum of 2 abilities. Okay, your
Right.
psionics, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could have those 2 right now if you spend a build point on it, right?
Yeah.
It's up to you, but you only got 3. All right.
Mm-hmm.
But it's up to you. But what ability do you want? It doesn't
I'm
matter.
thinking.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm thinking probably. Well, some abilities cost multiple points. So the ones that I
Some do.
have, yeah, the ones that I have the ability, I think the most versatile is probably telekinesis.
Telekinesis only costs 1.
Mhm.
Yep. Telekinesis is very, very simple. And this is a good example, so we can explain how this game works, right? Telekinesis is a direct replacement for strength. It's a
Mhm.
one-to-one, replacement. And it's just at range. However,
Mhm.
telekinesis starts just as affecting things as range. But in this game, and I'll explain a little bit more later on, you can take power stunts. Now, power stunts is effectively gaining another ability without affecting your core. It still costs either a build point right now, or if you get one in the future, or 1,000 karma. It still costs that, but you can kind of put it on loan and use the ability during play. Its
Okay.
power stunts are really cool.
So,
Um,
for example,
flight,
if yeah,
shield.
if I spent I was gonna ask if I spent a point, I could power stunt to use my telekinesis on myself,
Well, no, you
like
can
to
already do
levitate.
to fly. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, and keep in mind, the power stunting something, it still costs equivalently the same amount, but
Mhm.
it doesn't apply to your core because you're still using the same ability. So
Mhm.
if you're so you could create telekinesis perfect because there's many power stunts you could create around that, and
Mhm.
still have your extra power you can have for your core, right?
Mhm.
So power
Right.
stunting is a really good way to do things. And like I said, during the build here, you can start with a power stunt, no problem. But they cost either 1 build point or 1,000 karma, and but you can spend that 1,000 karma, 200 karma points at a time, and use it. I'm going to try my power stunt. You spend the 200 karma and you use it in game,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
It's you can little by little yourself into it instead of having to save up 1,000 and drop, because it's not 1,000's a lot. It's not nothing, right? An average gameplay you might end with 100, 200 karma possibly. But
Mhm.
1,000's not nothing. But if you use it in the power stunt way, not only does it let you use it early effectively, it also does not affect your core limit.
Mhm.
Okay.
So if I use a build point to buy the power stunt, I can just basically use that power stunt.
Yep. It's or you've already established it. You've
Mhm.
already made it better. So yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah.
All right. Wonderful.
Now, to be fair, I did say here for a build point, you can take 2 skills, extra skills, and like I said, there's no
Mhm.
limit to that. I wouldn't
Mhm.
do that. I think I put it in there because it justably should be in there. But
Mhm.
I wouldn't waste it on that. I wouldn't waste it on
I'm
that.
not gonna.
Yeah,
I think what I'm going to do is, I wish I could roll on the chart and
you should.
then.
You got 3 points. Spend a point to give yourself a power point. So you got your TK and you have flight, right? You might even
Yeah.
want to spend 2. Have TK,
I,
flight, and force field.
yeah, I was thinking of doing the
It's not a
force
bad
field
idea.
because, yeah, because I, I'm not really the most durable thing on the planet, so I think I'll do that. I'll use the power stunt to have the force field and the flight.
And then it leaves you one to roll on the chart for one of your abilities, probably your telekinetics.
Yes, for
Right.
my telekinetic.
Should be will for him, right?
But no, because we're about to come into a meta play moment, and GMP and I are very titillated.
Okay.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. So that's what we're going to do. Perfect. We figured it out. We're done. So you got all your stats written down, right? So write down telekinesis, and then
Writing down telekinesis.
before we get into any spending of build points, let's do it proper. Roll
Okay.
on the chart 1, please. So roll your dice and tell me the number.
On chart 1 or chart 3?
Chart 1.
Oh, okay. So rolling on chart 1.
Yep.
Let me roll in Bugbear's basement.
Sure.
So everyone can see my failure. 19.
Okay, 19. So you have typical telekinesis. Not great, but we're going to fix it. Don't worry about it. So so write down typical 5 for your telekinesis. We're going to spend 2 of your build points to give yourself flight and force field, shield, whatever you want to call it, right? Now, the power stunts are really interesting because they operate at a -1 column shift of the ability. So right now they're sitting at a 4, but don't write that down. We're going to fix it. They don't get their own stat. They're just a -1 column shift of the main power that they've been power stunted off. It's very simple, right? So what we need to do is get your typical up because that's kind of shit, right? So therefore, we're going to take your last build point and we're going to roll on chart 3. Go.
Should be shit. Let's roll again.
50-50 chance to get a +2, dude.
62.
Nice. All right. So what we're going to do is take that typical and we're going to bring it up to an excellent. So write down your telekinesis excellent /16. Okay.
Can I also use the +1 from Prime?
We're going
to
get to that in a minute. We're going to get to that in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. So just write down excellent /16 telekinesis flight and shield at good /8, which is basically you're wearing a bulletproof vest. Nice. Okay. So therefore, that's that. Now, looking at your stats, read them off the words again to me.
Starting with tactics, grace, etc.
Yeah.
Typical, good, typical, remarkable.
So now you can make one of those. You can level one of those up by 1. Everyone can do one of your primes. These are your primes. Can be 1 column shift up. Now, I would suggest now your will, because you're using psionics, so you should, telekinesis is under psionics. I would suggest if your will was lower to up that, because your power can never be higher than your will. Right, but you're it's okay. You're sitting in an excellent ability. You have remarkable will, so you're good right now. Now you could take that +1 and take your a remarkable will and bring it up to an incredible. You can do that, and it's not a bad idea. But it depends on how much you want to metagame it, right? You're going to be using your willpower for your ability, but maybe you want to be a little smarter. Maybe you want to be a little more. What was your fitness again?
8.
Yeah,
Good.
so you have a good, give me the word, not the number, please.
Good.
So you have good ranking. You're not particularly fast, but then again, you have flight. So, you know, and stamina works a little different in this game than in other games. You could bring that up to an excellent. That wouldn't be bad. It would increase your physical and it would make you more hale, right? But it's up to you. You need to apply that +1 to something. You go ahead and do that, make that decision,
Okay.
and I'll come back to you later. GOP.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are we looking at here? How many powers you end up with? 1, right?
Up with 1.
Okay, so what do you want?
So I will spend one of my chart 3 points to get my second ability.
Okay.
But I'm basically going to have flight and corrosive blasts. So
Okay. All right. That's cool. And what are you going to do with your third build point?
well, I've
Or
only spent
your second
one
and
build
third,
point.
the other two
Uh,
build points. Yeah.
I rolled twice on chart 3.
Oh, okay.
So
All right. Sweet.
that was
So you're good.
a
I don't need to. We're done talking.
cool.
Yeah. Well, I'll see how it comes out and play. Awesome. That is so handy. You're handy, GOP.
I try.
I can just fold you up, put you in my pocket.
There is one quick question about this. So we are rolling for on chart 1 again. You said for every individual uh,
Power. Yeah,
ability. Yeah.
power stunts, abilities. Yeah, power stunts just are minus one column shift to the main ability. So those are easy. You don't have to roll anything. But each of your abilities, so your flight and your corrosive blast, you said, um,
Mhm.
or touch, because normally corrosive is touch in the game, not blast.
Well, there is a corrosive blast
Oh,
on
okay.
ranged attack.
Oh, that's fine. It doesn't matter.
And
Um,
plus
uh,
one to any prime you said was it can go towards my specific things or towards my general stats, right?
no. It's only prime. It's only prime. So tactics, grace,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
just that.
So my stats.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
I got
abilities. Yeah, just stats. And you can apply that as you like. But yes, for your flight and your corrosive blast, you need to roll each time, each one of them on chart 1, to get your base ability, and then of course you can up that through karma or through build points. Build points are such a powerful gain, right? Because it could
Mhm.
be anywhere from a +1 to a +3. So if you get super lucky and roll that 91 or above, you basically are equivalent to 3,000 karma points, which is not nothing, dude. The build points are freaking awesome. But you're good. So moving on, who's next? Lady, right? So lady, um, what do you got in your stats?
Typical, excellent, typical, excellent, 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 excellent.
Sweet. You are excellent. You're very mental heavy, which is awesome.
Yes.
So tell me the premise of your character. What we got here? We got ourselves an
Now, I only
alien
have one.
collecting people's emotions. We got a murderous flying, acid bat. What are you?
Uh, I'm I'm one of these people that have been hiding on Earth for a long time. We're just simple mages, magic user, a
Okay,
magi, or
you're a
whatever you
magi.
want to call it.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
magi. So there you would be a mage or a magus. Your choice.
Okay.
Okay, so you're just a straight up witch. Sweet. All right.
Yeah.
And you're a human, but you said you're a chimera witch. So are you an elf?
Yeah.
Okay,
Why
cool.
not?
No problem. Yeah, that's why I put the chimera in there. It's everything and anything that's not human or myth. So all right, you're an elven mage, but here in the past 4 decades, really during the war,
Yeah.
the Magi stepped up to try to calm things down because it was getting out of control. It was one of the worst times in human history that we know of. So that's when they made themselves public and tried to, and therefore because of their actions, even though obviously they're evil Magi, right? In general, the
Yeah.
public perception of them is pretty good because they actually came and helped. They weren't taking advantage of the situation. Therefore, they're not seen as a threat per se. But anyway, so and it's not like you're the first elven mage to be seen in the past 4 decades. But of course, you are rare. But nevertheless, so cool. We know what we're doing. How many abilities did you end up with?
One.
Just one, no problem. So now for a mage, we can apply things directly or indirectly. And what I would do is go with an ability that allows me to power stunt the hell out of it, therefore representing the variety of your ability. Okay. So what kind of power do you want, lady?
There's no true magic power.
We could go through that process, but it's a little bit, well, we don't have to. Just tell me what you want.
Tell you what I want.
Yeah, what kind of power do you want? Your character is a magic wielding person. What kind of magic do they wield? Do they wield fire? Do they heal? Do they wield electricity? Do they mold earth? Do they control the elements? I mean, what
Yeah,
kind of
we can
mage
do
are you?
control elements.
Okay,
We can do
um,
control elements.
so write
Yeah.
that down. Control elements.
Would that be a good one to get a lot
Hey,
of?
you can power stunt the hell out of that. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. So just write down control elements or elementalist is what I would write down.
Elementalist.
Perfect for a wizard or a witch. Yeah. Elementalist.
Hey,
Now,
Chester,
what was that, Puffin?
I'm sending you my character image. I thought it did a good job, the AI.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I'm having fun with it too, dude. It is a freaking bridge though, dude.
It
I
is.
mean,
It's
the
great.
learning curve is stupid. But anyway, um, lady, so you're going to play an elementalist. Excellent. So, first thing we need to do is you need to choose what you're going to specialize in. So, we have fire, water, earth, and air. Pick one.
Air.
Okay. So, write it down. You're the same as the girl I showed. She has elemental power too.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
write down just air elementalist. All right.
Okay.
All right. And
I was hoping to be able to do all of them, but
you will.
Well, you
You will
can.
eventually.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. That's why it's great because you can power stunt each individually, and you can power stunt into the other abilities as well. You can. Now,
Okay.
it depends on how long we play this. If you guys are enjoying it and we play this for a long time, you could end up with a wicked powerful character that can do all kind of shit. But right now you're just starting. But it's a perfect choice for someone who only has one core ability and wants to be able to do multiple things. So it's a good start. So you got air. Now now we need to make a decision. What the basic air ability? What does it apply to? Like my character here, Zephyr, the girl that I showed you. I'll show you her again.
And she
Um,
flies, and
I didn't
also does the
because I
fly.
wanted to say space, so I didn't really put all the detailed information. I just put the pertinent information. She's an elementalist
Yeah.
as well. She's just an Omni one. It's
Yeah.
inbred in her. And her kinetic flow is an air control, but her choice was for flight. Now, anything that you think air could do, you can choose to be your primary. In general, it's going to be flight, or you could control air to lift things like a la telekinesis. You could use air to create blast and attack at distance. You could do like that. Air also gets into weather control.
Air can also make someone suffocate until they pass out.
Wait, hey, lady. I don't think you understand. You could literally have the power to use a pneumatic nail gun.
hmm It's true. You could do
What
that,
the
but that
hell's
is awful
pneumatic?
limiting. I
Broken.
would save that for a power stunt. Only be able to
Yeah.
suffocate people. It doesn't because you are a hero,
Okay.
and if you kill, you lose all karma gain.
You just. It's like the choking out in wrestling. You choke
Yeah,
them
no, that's
long
fine.
enough, or
But that's very
pass them out.
limiting. It's very limiting.
Okay.
I
All right.
wouldn't.
All
I
right.
would. You could
Proceed.
power stunt that, but I wouldn't take that as your
Yeah.
prime. I just wouldn't.
So needed it a primary ability. Then let me write down
Yeah. So what do you
primary
want? So basically,
for
your choices
air
are flight, air blasts,
levitate, air blast.
air shield, um, weather control, which is kind of slow and finicky, but in the long run can be quite powerful. That might be a little complicated for you, though. It depends if you want to undertake that or not. Yeah, just choose an ability. What can you do with your air? What is it you can do?
Flight. I'll be a copycat.
You don't have to. You can do air blasts, and we can power. We have build points. You can do multiple things right now. A matter of fact, let's stop what we're doing and let's back it up so we can have a better feel for it.
Because this
Okay.
is all going to come off of will, correct?
No, it's not.
No.
No.
Okay.
Hold on. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's get a better look at it. So first thing I want you to do, we have our elementalist ability. All right.
Right.
All of these subcategories, air, fire, water, and earth, all apply. If you power stunt them, they all apply at this same rank. So it's the
Okay.
subcategories that go down one. So let's find out what level elementalist you are right now. So go ahead and roll on chart 1, please. Just roll the dice. Tell me your number. Roll high.
Yeah, roll high, please.
Everybody will her to roll high.
Do it.
Roll high, roll high,
So
roll high.
the Bugbear basement DD dice.
Yeah, just
Roll
roll the
high.
percentile dice and tell me what the number is. Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm
no,
re-rolling that.
No, oh no.
No, I didn't
No.
get to re-roll.
Oh no.
What did she roll, GOP?
It was not high.
16.
It was not high.
Well, tell me the
No,
number,
it's
dude.
typical. It's
16.
typical.
16. Okay, typical.
It's a
Well, that's
5.
the same thing that Puffin got. Yeah. We can work with it though. So write down typical elementalist. Now, in that's not as bad as you think because it can power stunt into everything, right? Your versatility is way beyond what Puffin can do right now, right?
Mhm.
So all right, so we need to fix that. We do want it to be stronger. So obviously one of our build points is going to be spent to improve that. So let's just do it right now. Roll the dice again. Roll high.
Yes.
So this is going to be on chart 3, correct?
That's right.
Correct.
I can't
You can
lie,
do it.
sit here and lie and say that, oh, I rolled 100 when I didn't roll 100.
Oh.
Oh. Oh no, that's even worse. That's the worst thing
That's
you could roll.
typical. It's still typical.
I know, but it's still like bad omen right there.
That's
Oh
all
boy.
right.
That
So
too
that
might
She
be a
rolled
point, right?
a 1.
oh wow. Well, good thing
No,
is
that's a 10, my dear.
there is
Oh,
no
yeah, it's a 1. I'm sorry.
there is no such thing as critical failure in this game. However,
Yeah.
there are
Thank God.
occasions where you roll 100, you do get kind of juicy points. Anytime you do roll 100, you do pick up some karma, by the way. But that is super rare. That's all right. So
Can I give you my karma to reroll?
no, you don't have any yet. That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have 1.
Lady, this
Yes.
game is asymmetrical. You don't have to be
Whatever.
equal to each other. You really don't. Okay.
I know.
You
I know.
really don't. So right now, your elementalist ability is at
Typical.
a good. No, it's good. We just leveled it up. You got +1 column shift. So good /8 is just right next to your elementalist. Good /8.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then we're going to pick an ability. Now, keep in mind, you have 2 build points left. You could roll it again. The maximum is amazing, so it's up to you guys what you want to do with it. You could take another shot at it and try to make it powerful. We're at a good right now. You could try to go higher. Your minimum is going to be an excellent. Do you want to do that, or you want to use your build points instead to have extra power stunts? Meaning, like flight. Like right now, if you
Gotta be
stop,
1 column shift lower than the thing, though.
they
right?
are. That's right. But right now, you could have your main ability sitting at an excellent, and then you can have, for instance, another 2. If you spent both build points, another 2 abilities at good. I would put flight as one of the lower ones because you don't need high number in flight to move fast. So flight never needs to be put at a high number. Keep that in mind. But you could power stunt flight. You could power stunt shield. You could take air blast or whatever. You have options. I personally would roll once again on chart 3 and then take a power stunt. Is what I would do.
91. Come on, 91.
Send it back.
75.
Okay, all right.
Plus
So
2.
that's excellent. So it's +2. Now we bring ourselves up to a remarkable. Now we're talking. Okay. So your elemental ability is remarkable /26. Now we're getting serious. All right, here we go. That's excellent. So now we're going to choose whatever air-based ability you want as your main, and then we're going to take your last build point and use it as a sub power stunt. So make that choice. You choose whatever you want. I'll come back to you guys later and fill in all the details. So basically choose whatever wind base ability you want as your main, and then pick a power stunt. And also, you need to take one of your abilities and plus one column shift them up, whichever one you choose. With your power, none of them directly apply to your power at all. Your power is independent. So do you want to be a little faster, a little smarter, a little stronger? Whatever. Will is always good when you're trying to resist things mentally, so it's always useful. And of course, will and fitness are extra special because they build into making your spirit pool, which we'll get in a moment. Fitness and will are a little spicier. Anyway, let's move on to tower. Tower.
Chester.
So tower, what kind of character are we looking at? What do you want?
All right. So I'm a human. My character's name is Mr. O'Leary, right?
Okay.
And he doesn't have a first name. You'll at least not that I know of, but he's just Mr. O'Leary.
Sure.
So he's going to be like middle aged in his 30s,
Sure.
and he runs/works at a repair shop, like a mechanic shop.
He did. He used
He
to.
did.
He doesn't
He
do that
did.
anymore. He's now a member of the Omni Corps.
Yes.
Now, how he
He
became a member of Omni Corps is up to you. He could felt the call to heroism and did it that way, or he could have gotten in trouble for some kind of fraudulent behavior and was ordered there by the court. You choose.
No. So you see, he has the powers of a mid-sized sedan.
hmm And that's awesome. However you became a member of Omnicore, you are now a member of Omnicore. You have no side businesses or anything. You are engaged.
That's where it came from. That's what he did.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's good background. All right, so we got our older fella. He used to be a repairman, a mechanic, right? Which you would definitely apply one of your skills to that, please. Right? Awesome. Because you have many, you should definitely take mechanic as one. We'll get to that in a minute, but you definitely should do that. Now, what power does he have though? How many powers you end up with? Like 2/4?
Yeah, 2/4.
So, all right. So once again, you could go further into that, but I wouldn't. As you can see with power stunting, we can do a lot, right? So, but you have two core abilities right now before we even start talking about power stunts. That's pretty awesome. So, what are these two core powers that you're looking at right here?
Well, on your screen isn't the unless you sent something else in the chat.
I didn't. Just tell me. It doesn't matter. It's all in my head. Just tell me.
Oh, so
What power do you want? Yeah.
What power do I want? Me and GOP were talking about this earlier. One of them would probably want to be speed. He's as fast as a mid-sized sedan.
Oh, I see. So speed, not strength. Okay, that's fine.
Well, yeah,
No,
and there actually is no super strength thing directly in the powers.
Yeah, there is. There is.
Oh,
I
didn't see it. I'm looking at the
you're
list.
going on the basic list. Yeah,
Yeah.
trust me, dude. It's all in my head.
Okay.
Trust me.
Because
Please,
because we were discussing like body armor.
None of that
'cause he's
applies
wearing-
anyway. I'm applying it in my
Yeah.
own way anyway, right?
Okay,
Although
fair
body
enough.
armor would be a great idea.
Yeah,
but
because he's wearing a suit.
So Chester, his muscles and fitness are both remarkable. So
Yep.
he is going to be extremely strong and tanky.
well, we can make him more tanky though. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying. What do you want to do with it? Because keep in mind, we have an amazing threshold here. So those abilities on column 3 could get you. Actually, it could be wasteful roll. But we can get you pretty badass. That's what I want to know. What is your character concept? What he's the power of a mid-sized sedan. What do you mean? What is it you're thinking?
I mean, he's strong. He's fast. He's like a tank. He's like the car of the group. You know, if that makes sense.
He's kind of like a paragon type.
I don't even know what paragon is.
He's got a suit that gives him. He's a tech hero, so he's got a
Okay.
Yeah,
suit that gives
the
him the
wish.
power.
Oh, so he's Tony Stark. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I get you. He built his own.
he's
He's a mechanic. He built his own suit. Oh, sweet. Okay, I
if
get it.
Tony Stark is the Transformers, he's a GoBot.
Oh, sweet. No, that's awesome. That's perfect. Perfect concept. All right, good,
That,
good, good.
that's what I
So,
was trying to explain. I'm bad with words.
so no, that's fine. So let's. What we need to do is form the character. Okay. So, therefore, I got in my head exactly what you want. He's a power armor guy. Okay. His power armor is going to have we need to think of it now. We got to lock our thoughts into power armor. Everything's coming out of the armor. So, does the armor give him armor?
Yeah, I would think so.
I would
Well,
think so. It's kind of like an
Yeah.
automatic choice. So therefore, one of your abilities is automatically going to be body armor. Write that down. Okay. So let's go ahead and just deal with this one at a time. So go ahead and roll on chart one for your level of ingenuity. First I need to know, what is your logic?
my logic. So my logic is typical.
Change
No,
that. Change that.
yeah,
Yeah.
we talked
Um,
about this before.
yeah. No.
Oh, my bad, my bad. I was looking at it wrong.
All
No,
right.
my logic is 16. I didn't have whiteout, so I had to
No,
switch
I
it. So
change that. Change that. It should be your highest stat. Just like with a wizard or a psionicist, their power can't go beyond their will. You're a tech guy. Unless you're wearing someone else's suit, which is not what you're doing. You're building your own
so
suit, which is cool. You
so
cannot go beyond your reason. So your reason
so
should be your highest ability.
so what should I step down? My muscles or my fitness?
Well, I don't know. Read your stats off again.
So my tactics are excellent. My grace is excellent. My muscles are remarkable.
Yeah.
Fitness is remarkable. Logic is excellent. Empathy is good. Wisdom is typical. Will is excellent.
Switch your muscles and your reason, because
So
we
my
can make you stronger.
so my muscles and my logic.
Just flop them. Yeah, flip flop them. So your muscles are an excellent, and your logic is remarkable. Yeah, that's better. That's better. And remember, we get +1 column shift to one of your primes anyway, which you can do right now. So if you want to bring that muscle back up to remarkable, go ahead. Honestly, I would put it in my logic though. I would
Sister-in-law,
future-proof
bringing
myself
your phone back
and
to
be
love.
Reed
Yeah,
Richards.
pump up that logic. All right,
Yeah, put it
that's
up to
a good
incredible
plan.
is what I
All
would
the
do.
blood in her
Oh,
stool,
remarkable. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
and
So
already
Well,
So,
very
it's
low.
well, hold on,
remarkable, and
lady, you're talking. I can hear you. So,
I'm sorry.
so your logic right now is remarkable. We're going to take that prime. We're going to make it incredible. Okay.
okay.
So write
Fuck.
this
Okay.
down. Your logic is incredible slash 36.
37.
36. 37. Are you sure?
I
I
am
don't think
pretty
so.
positive
Maybe you could be right
because
then.
remarkable is 26 to 36.
Yeah, let me just check.
Yeah.
I can check it. It takes like 2 seconds. Look at this frickin' thing. You guys aren't dirty. You don't clean shit up.
What did I do?
Well, the board is all messy.
Oh well, I just hit
You're the one that
clear
controls
local
that.
board.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not. You guys can do it too. And it's not. I can just refresh it. Let me do that.
Remarkable is 26 to 36, and Incredible's 37 to
Yeah,
45.
37. So write that down. Incredible 37. Incredible 37.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm the teacher tonight. This is
Thank
great.
you. That's good. Alrighty. So what am I doing here? All right, here. Oh, here. Okay. Okay, good. So Incredible 37. All right. Now let's get into our abilities. So we have our power armor. So this is a little different, but the power armor is going to contain everything, and then we're going to have power slots within the armor. Which is limited by your logic as well, but you're well beyond that, so no problem. And then, of course, the power stunts can be applied to each slot. We got to take body armor first. So write down body armor. Now, body armor can't be power stunt so much but they're clever. There are clever ways to do it if you come up with them. But it is, of course, vital. So go ahead and roll on chart 1, please. Tower.
That is 82.
Okay, so we have your body armor is excellent /16. Okay, now and let's do our second power, and we'll get into build points here in a second. So, what other ability does your suit have? So you want it to be fast. Okay, so write down super speed.
I think it's called lightning speed.
No,
Yeah, lightning speed.
fuck DC, dude.
Okay, super speed.
Okay, roll on the chart, please.
Roll high. Roll high. You got this.
98.
Oh,
Woohoo!
stupid, dude. All right, remarkable /26. All right, now, keep in mind that your ability to move quickly is limited by your endurance. Now, you're going to be going faster than someone of that equal endurance does anyway, because you have super speed, but it is limited. So you cannot raise that ability to incredible the next level until you raise your stamina. There is a limiting factor there because you're in a suit, but your body can only take so much, right? So, but that's okay. That is great. That's fast, and it's going to give you bonus things, and that's all good, which we'll get to in a moment. Now we have both of those abilities. We need to think about how we're going to spend our build points. Now, you're not going to spend a build point in a super speed because you can't. You could spend 2 points and roll your endurance to increase it, and then try to increase your super speed. You could do that. But it depends on what you want to do. But we can improve things by rolling on the chart, or we could even take another ability. You do have 2 slots open.
Fuck. I'm trying to think what would be the most beneficial for me. Because super speed should be good by itself, you think? So,
It is useful. It is useful. That's for sure.
so now I'm trying to pick my skills.
No,
Now,
we're not getting into that. You need to make a decision of what you want to do with you. You go ahead, GOP. I need to bring up something real quick.
Okay, fair enough. So, what we're deciding is, do you want to bump up, say, your stats by rolling on chart 3, or do you want to say give yourself new abilities, because you can have up to 4. So you're going to you have 3 points to spend essentially, and you can.
What do you think would be the more beneficial to do?
I would probably, just because your current powers kind of work pretty well with your concept. I can't really think of anything else that would work with your theme so much that we should add. So I kind of think that you are good in that regard. Unless anybody else has any thoughts on like resistances or other stuff that he could possibly take, but I'm gonna say that as of right now, you should probably pick up just roll on the chart, at least for now.
Yep.
Okay, I
Now
guess.
hold on a second. Let's talk about what your ability does. Now, so far everything's been very easy, but you can run at power rank speeds, which I'll give you those numbers in a minute. And oh, I forgot about this. Your power, this power, one of the bonuses of it, it actually increases your endurance anyway. So just before we do anything, your endurance is, excuse me, your fitness is remarkable, right?
Uh, fitness is.
Remarkable,
It
right?
should be
You
remarkable.
said remarkable. Okay.
Yeah.
Bring that up to incredible.
Okay.
Automatically. Having this
I have a
power does
question,
that.
Chester.
Yes.
So
With tele-
fitness is incredible. What?
We're gonna get to that in a minute, dude. Oh no, it doesn't do that because it's
Yeah.
body armor. I'm sorry. No, leave it alone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Puffin.
I have a
Um,
pen.
Yeah, just hold on a
Remarkable
second,
26.
Puffin, go ahead, dude.
when using telekinesis, that only is based on my will, or
Will
do I
only.
need? Okay, so I don't need higher fitness in order to use it.
No, you do not. So your will is a limiting factor, is what it is, right?
Mm.
Your telekinesis power rank. What is the power rank?
I used my +1 CS, so it's incredible now. 37
Okay.
slash incredible.
So you have an incredible telekinesis, which is you can move around
Well,
10 tons. Pretty nice.
well, I know I said
But
sorry,
hold on, let me
incredible will.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Now your will is a limiting factor. What is your will?
Sorry, my telekinesis is 16. Which is excellent. My will is incredible.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
okay, good, good, good. So, because your psionic ability cannot be above your will, it's a limiting factor. So you're good. You're good for quite a
Mhm,
bit of growth. So I wouldn't worry about it. But so
mhm,
that's what the will is doing in that regard. It's limiting it,
mhm.
but it's also potentialing it. So
And
you said you have excellent telekinesis.
yes, and I was
Okay,
wondering, since I'm an alien with good wealth, could I have spent my alien wealth before I came here?
you did.
Because
We're doing it right
okay,
now. Character creation.
okay.
Yeah. Tower, I'm sorry, because you have body armor, you're using body armor. That doesn't apply. So your fitness is still remarkable. I'm sorry. Don't change anything. All right. Suit. Now you're because of this though, there are certain things we have to build in. So write this down, please. Under because we're dealing with power armor, right? So under your power armor, write this down. You have um, mm, you know ventilating systems and oxygen control systems. So you can move at high speeds and you could do various things and you have plenty of oxygen and flow. So your body armor is supporting you in this way.
It's
Um,
like life. So, like,
it's
would you
like
say
exactly. That's probably the easiest word. Just say life support.
you say
At
like
at the
life support or
life support at the body armor rank. So just this costs you nothing. Just write down life support. It's a kind of a thing that comes with hyper running, but it's built into the suit. Okay. All right. Let's see what else this gives you. Okay, I'll get to that. Okay. Yeah. So we're good. So what is your current super speed right now?
remarkable.
Remarkable. Okay. Perfect. And what is your body armor right now?
My body armor is excellent.
Okay. Very, very nice. So we need to make a decision what we're going to do with those build points. How are you going to
Um,
apply them?
I just realized there is something that you might want to pick up an ability because I was looking through
You
just in
can
case it
spend
was.
one on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Mechanical intuition. So this is a specific form of ultimate skill that affects repairs, inventing, and building things. The character with this power has a strong intuitive knowledge of machinery. Regardless of reason, any rolls for determining whether an invention works or not are at unearthly rank.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good
No
one.
modifiers may be added to the roll. The character with this
Yeah.
power must still provide resources for those inventions in
Yeah,
standard fashion.
with skills, you can spend 2 skill points to specialize in an item, give you +2 to hit and +1 in initiative. But you can also, I think it's 3. You can spend 3 skill points to get ultimate skill. And ultimate skill is, pick whatever skill it is, logic or something like that or whatever. And it operates at unearthly under in rolling the chart. It's pretty awesome. It's expensive, 3 skill points, but but this is a power-based version. So what that's saying is that even though you're a tech guy, maybe you got a little Omni in you, right? And
Oh, yeah.
yeah, you have hyper invention. It's not a bad idea.
If he
Okay.
was going to pick up an extra one, that would be it. But you know, he probably it's going to be like 2 rolls on the thing and this, or 3 rolls on the thing. But
Right. Yeah, because I
he's
think he's
our
fine. But then again, he has no combat ability. He can take damage, he can move quickly, but he can't do anything. So
Well,
I
yeah,
would
he
add
needs
a
to have the
power that
super
lets him
strength.
do something.
Yeah,
Now we can put guns in it, and that's just gear. So I mean, but the guns don't do a lot of damage, dude.
no, he's got to have some kind of super strength, like as
I
his
would say
offense.
I would take super
Yeah,
strength. I
It
yeah
could just be the system twister.
yeah no I mean every team needs its tank, dude. Right? So be the
yeah.
tank. So spend one of your build points and take super strength. So go ahead, write that down. Super strength. And of course, it's under the power armor. This is outside the armor. You're just a not a billionaire, nor a philanthropist, nor a ladies' man. More karma for the GM. Okay. Go ahead and roll a chart one, please. You got that reference, didn't you, GOP? I mean, I'm not alone.
Yeah.
Rule chart 1.
Yeah, we're going to see
Oh,
how strong you are. What is your base super strength, please? Go ahead.
87.
Huh?
87.
87. Now, 87 is an excellent / 16. What is your current strength?
My current strength, that's muscles, right?
Yes.
16.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going
Or,
to now just listen to me, okay? We're going to take that 16. We're going to make it a remarkable, just in the actual stat. Make it a remarkable. Okay.
uh,
Okay.
so it's still 6, though, right?
No, it's not. It
no.
is remarkable / 26. We haven't got the final numbers at even close. We're not even close. Just write down under your strength the remarkable / 26, please. Okay. And then under body armor, write down super strength at the power rank you just rolled, which was remarkable / 26.
Super strength. So
Excellent.
super.
Sorry, excellent. So super strength, excellent / 16. Just write that down, please. Okay. Now the super strength is not applying directly. Your stat is now 30, and that's how it works. But with super strength, um, uh, and that stat can be upped, and it could give you further bumps. You can roll the super strength ability to do super strength things. Like right now, you can lift a ton of weight, which is pretty good, right? And it might go further depending on what we do with the other 2 PowerPoints. But you can throw further. You can do ground strikes. You can do all kind of super strengthy things that a person where there is no. I mean, there might be Magnuson von Magnuson might have remarkable strength, but this you can go beyond what a normal person with remarkable strength can do. Well, you'll see how that works in gameplay. Don't worry about it. Now we have 2 more build points tower. So how are we going to apply them? Personally, I would, and I know GOP is 100% there, chomping at the bit, agreeing with me that one of those needs to go on a chart 3 roll for strength. Am I wrong, GOP?
You, sir, are completely correct.
Yes, and I would roll the other one to improve the body armor itself. I wouldn't power
Okay.
stunt anything.
Okay. So first roll.
Yeah, for which one? For strength or body armor?
I'm gonna say for strength.
Okay, go ahead. Let's see what our strength ends up here. Now, are we improving our super strength or our strength? You can do either. I would do your strength, your prime stat, your muscle. I would do that
Regular.
because the super strength is just adding like the ability of super strength, and there's certain occasions you have to roll onto that chart. But the most of the time you're going to be using your muscle. And so in this case, normally I would want to improve the power itself, but in this case, I think I would just improve the muscle.
I got you. I rolled a 50.
You roll a 56, so that's +2. What is your current muscle, sir?
So my current muscle, as it 6, is 26. Remarkable.
26 remarkable. Okay, so increase that to amazing 47, right, GOP?
46.
46. God damn it. All right, fine.
Are you gonna give me points for every time I have to
Yes,
correct you? Okay.
take 3. Be
Cool.
happy.
No.
I will.
GM's assistant. All right. So Now that's cap right now, so we can't do anything beyond that. We're not going to anyway. But in game, you can try to increase that. But understanding, that's expensive to raise that up, and you can raise that up as much as you want until we get to the 75 mark. Actually being able to make an ability monstrous takes certain special things. So more than likely, it's not going to happen. But you can build it up from the current 46 points to 75 or 74 GOP,
Okay.
just before monstrous. GOP.
Okay.
GOP.
Yeah. I hear
Amazing
you.
46.
What is up?
Monstrous.
Hello.
What is the point?
63.
Oh, monster.
60.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that
63.
that was
Thank
what
you,
you were
lady.
asking me.
All right. So you can go all the way up to 63 points or 62 points. And of course, that's going to be exactly that number in damage. So you can do that, although it's really expensive. But going to monster strength takes something extra. But nevertheless, so your guy is a freaking beast. Keep in mind, you can move around 80 tons. 80.
Oh,
No, sorry, 40. 40 tons. 40 tons you can move
I
around.
can pick up a semi.
You are much more powerful than a mid-sized sedan, sir. You're underselling
You're a
yourself.
mid-sized tank.
You are powerful. All right, and then our last build point is going to go toward improving the armor itself. All right, so go ahead and roll on the chart again.
Uh, 60 flat.
Okay. So
So
we're
that's
going to
2.
increase our body armor by +2. So what is your current body armor?
Currently sits at a 16 excellent.
Okay, so now it is an incredible
Incredible
37.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible /37. Okay, so let me explain how these powers work. The super strength is done. We already know what it is. Your super speed, I will give you a number here in a second. And your body armor, this is how it works. No, what tower?
Well, for super speed, you already gave me a number which was 26 remarkable.
Yeah, but I'm going to give you an actual miles per hour in a moment.
Oh,
But right now,
okay.
I'm going to deal with your body armor. So your body armor is currently sitting at incredible rank, but your number is 37. So here's where the number applies, Tower. So you have a 37. And what that does is that 37 is reduced from any physical damage you get. So anything physical coming at you is reduced by 37 points. Nice. Okay. However, anything that is energy based coming at you, which includes most magic and psionics, well, actually, psionics usually goes right through it. So, that's a different conversation. But it depends what it is. Like TK, it protects versus that. But anyway, so any energy based attack, however, is 20 points reduced. So you are protected from 37 points of physical damage and 17 points of energy damage. Just write that down. Okay.
Okay, so physical. So pretty much, I'll just write this separately. Armor.
Yep. It should be already written down. Body armor with a PowerPoint and everything. Yeah.
Yep, armor. So it's going to be 37 physical.
37 physical protection and 17 energy protection. Yep.
Well, okay, energy. Cool. Just so you understand why I'm doing this like this, Chester, is I'm already on my third piece of paper writing my character sheet and
How?
tweaking it as
How?
Because he's using a pen, and he has to, and he's
fine.
writing down until the page gets full, and then I compact it all where it's nice and neat. Write that down, and then as I add shit, I'm gonna have to make another one.
That's fine. That's fine. Let's deal with your super speed so we can move on. Okay. What is your super speed right now?
26 remarkable.
26. So please give me the word remarkable. Yeah, I really need the word, not the number. Okay. This game is about the words, guys. It's not about the number. Oh, the numbers apply mechanically, but it's all about the words. So remarkable. And this is how it works for you. You can move 6 areas a turn. That's your speed. 6 areas a turn, which is double the best sprinter in the world. Okay, and that is 90 miles per hour. How long you can sustain that is a fitness, depending on your fitness, which is pretty high. So you can sustain it for quite a while. So you can move 6 areas a turn at 90 miles an hour. And
Okay.
because it's super speed, this is important because it's different than flight and many other movement powers. Because it's super speed, you can move that speed instantly. Normally, when a character has, like a remarkable endurance, they can move 3 areas a turn. They can do that. But say you have a flying person, the first round they can only move half of their actual area. They have to build up their speed. And certain powers, you have to slow down your speed. You can't stop instantly. A super speeder, though, can do it instantly. So you can go from 0 to 90 instantly. That's important in gameplay, right? Remember that. You can go from 0 to 60 or 0 to 6 areas instantly. Normally, you're limited. That is powerful, right? Because in this game, we're going to start choosing skills now, and there's definitely a skill you're going to take, and we'll get to that in a minute. But let's go ahead, and I am showing the chart here. If anyone else has taken flight, anybody here have flight?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, so let me deal with it right now. Puffin, what is your flight number? What's your power rank?
It is good.
Hmm.
My
So
flight is
you
good.
can move 8 areas around a turn, but that only goes in half intervals. So the first round you go 4, and then the next round you go 6, and then the third round you can go at full speed and be at 8. And once you're at 8, and if you're in the air, you can stay at it. So that 8 areas around is pretty quick, but it is limited. It's not like his super speed. And
Yeah.
your top max speed when moving 8 areas a turn is 120 miles an hour.
Okay.
Okay. GOP, what's your strength rank? I mean, your
Excellent.
flight rank? Excellent. All right. So you can move 10 areas around. And of course, it's half. So the first round, you can move 5. And then it goes up to half again plus. So 8 and then 10. So 3 rounds to get at full speed is the way it works. But you're moving quicker than he is. But 10 areas per turn and 150 miles an hour.
All right.
Anybody else?
Flight with the air, right?
Flight, I don't know. Did you take it? I don't know what decision you
Yeah,
made.
I wrote it down.
Okay, so what is your power rank?
So
Is
the
that your
remarkable
power or
is
is
the
that your
element.
power stunt? I would make it your power stunt. Really, really, really
Yeah,
would.
so that's 2 levels lower than
No, one level.
what
One
my.
level lower.
Okay, so it's excellent.
Okay, so same as it is gave him. 10 areas per turn, 150 miles an hour. Okay. Alrighty. So let's go back and
Area.
let's finish this up here real quick. All right. So where were we here? Yes. So everyone is done. We've applied all our column shifts. We spent all our build points. Nice. Now we need to start building the character. Okay. So the first thing, because everything's done, there's nothing more to spend. Everything is done. You guys have your
Uh,
numbers. What do you mean? Well,
You're missing one thing.
what am I missing?
Weaknesses.
Weaknesses.
Oh well, we'll get into that. We're going to do that right now. But I'm saying
Okay.
right now you should be sitting at a completed character. Okay. So
Yes.
go ahead and take your tactics, grace, muscle, and fitness and add those together to give a current body.
You want to hear mine?
Well, it's not going to be anywhere near frickin' towers, I can tell you that.
Well, because pretty much all my good stats. Well, yeah, tower is ridiculous, but then again, pretty much all my good stats are are in my body side, so
Yeah, but oh, they are. That's good. So
and
add those together, and we'll get a number in a minute. GOP.
okay,
And then take your logic, empathy, wisdom, and will. Add those together to be your mind. Okay.
not nearly as good, but yes.
It always works that way. Yeah.
I think
36.
Tower is going to be good across the board.
I think he is.
Actually,
So
has
so you guys
been like
added those two. You have those two numbers, right? So
Mhm.
tactics, grace, muscle, fitness, added together, all the numbers, and that's your body number. Logic, empathy, wisdom, and will are added together, and that's your mind number. Okay. Now I want you to take your fitness number and your will number and add those together, and this is your spirit.
oh, so body, mind, and spirit.
No, no. Take your
Well,
fitness and your will, add it together. This is your spirit.
no, I think he was saying that one of our things is body, one is mind, one is spirit. I don't think he was saying that you're taking those. But okay,
Oh, I'm
never mind.
sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. Now, what spirit is very, very simple. It's what karma used to be in the game, and I've replaced karma. I left karma the word, but karma is just pure XP. Your spirit is free points that you have that you can spend to improve your role. Okay, it's how karma and GOP. If you read the old system, it's karma. But this is karma that replenishes, right, and is limited, right? So your spirit can be added to rolls, and you guys will see how that works in game when we're playing. But uh,
They are what two are spirit, so I can add them up again. I'm
your
sorry.
fitness and your will added together to get your spirit, please. Yeah.
16.
And every day after a long rest, just like in every other game, your spirit is replenished by your empathy. Okay? So empathy has multiple uses. This is one of them. Your general emotional wellness increases, heals your spirit. Is what is the concept. But if you can be in a bunch of combat and burn all your spirit, and you're sitting at a 0. The next day you will get your empathy back. So it's probably not going to be necessarily full, or it might be, right? But that's another aspect of empathy. Well, once again, we'll deal with it in play. All right, wealth is sitting at a typical, plus we've got a roll on the chart as usual. That's how you normally do it. But however, I am just giving you guys are all the same level. Everyone has a good wealth. Just write down wealth good. This game um, doesn't deal with money directly, it's indirectly. If you go to a bar, you go to get a sandwich, we don't exchange gold coins. It just happens. It's no big deal. The wealth is used when you want to buy a car, or you want to buy a new a new servo for your armor tower, or something like that. So wealth is applied more etherically in this game than other games. But you guys are sitting at wealth good, which is a good start. And every time you class up, or if you're even lucky enough to rank up, this does increase. You can become very, very wealthy working for the Omni course. But you guys started good, which is good. Okay. Speed. Let's write this down. Take your body total and your mind total, add those together, and divide by 10, please.
I'm going to assume rounded down.
Yes, always round down. Yeah.
I got that
What am I
puts
doing?
me at a speed of 8.
I'm going to help you out in a minute, Tower. Just chill.
Hold on.
Puffin, go ahead.
That puts me at a speed of 8.
Okay, that's perfect. So it's not a speed of 8; it's a speed of plus 8. Okay, and we're going to get into skills here. There are certain skills that can improve that. So, Tower, what you're going to do is you're going to take your body and your mind number and add those together.
Holy fuck! 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 170.
170, and then we're going to divide that by 10.
17.
17. So plus 17. You are fast
Beat,
as shit. Now,
beat me by
also,
one.
well, we're going to get to it here. Now, some skills can give you bonus to initiative as well. But he has super speed, right? So, what is your super speed rank, Tower?
Remarkable 26.
So remarkable. Just give me the word. Don't need the number. Just the word.
Okay.
Okay. You need the number. I need the word. Okay. So you have remarkable. All right. Now remarkable is sitting at. You have a number value. Matter of fact, I should just I should just no, I should do that, GOP. You're right. I agree. All right, so I'm sorry. You had 170. Add your speed number into that. So
Okay,
So
one
plus,
plus. Okay, so that'd be 7, 8, 9, 196.
so therefore, in this case, we round up. So it's 190, 196, right? So that would be 19.6 or just 20. So you get plus 20 speed before we choose any skills. Damn.
Hmm.
So where do I
He's going first. That's first. So
Mhm.
we roll dice, and he could get unlucky, but he's going first.
really quick, Chester? I have a question.
Yeah.
So I have super speed as an ability. Are the speed we're talking about, is that going to be more like just my regular is speed? Or we? This is like initiative, right?
yes.
This is applying to
Oh,
initiative. Yeah. Yeah.
I got just so I can understand where I'm supposed to write this on my sheet. So my speed would be 20.
His speed would be plus 20 right now. Plus 20, not 20, plus 20. And it might go up depending on what you choose in skills.
Okay.
How much does your suit weigh?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But yeah,
Not that much.
it's going to be heavy. We'll have to. That's a more of a cinematic thought. Good question. You should ask him that in play and make some kind of comic book reference so you get karma. You should do that, Puffin.
Yeah.
Um, but
Isn't that
anyway,
heavy?
all right. So, he's got plus 20 on his speed, which is ridiculous. Puffin, what are you looking at right now?
Well, for what? I already
Plus
told you
8
I'm plus 8
speed, plus 8, right? GOP?
Yeah.
For my speed is a 16.
16, plus 16, plus 16.
Plus
Lady,
16. Yes.
Plus 10.
nice. All right, you guys aren't bad. The two front end fighters are pretty fast, which is good. But things will get faster, I think. But we'll see how that applies. Anyway, last thing we do before we move on and get all our calculations and everything done. We're very close, actually. But the last thing we need to do is decide upon weaknesses, whether you want them or not. Now, keep in mind, when I use the word weakness here, it is debilitating. You can't say, I wear glasses. No, it has to be debilitating. A la Superman can be killed by kryptonite. Of course, it never happened. Well, it did happen. Yeah. Anyway, it is debilitating. It's not soft. We're not some games like, for instance, the Green Ronin's game. They came out with a great superhero game. Um, they have levels of weakness built into that system, and it's great. This is not that. This is serious shit, right? If you, I don't advise you to take a weakness, but if you do, because I will use it. But if you do,
And
you can get a PowerPoint, build point, and you can do up to 2. But it would be suicide, GOP, for you to take 2 weaknesses. It really would.
you gotta hear my weaknesses
No,
first.
it is debilitating and horrible, dude. These are
Yeah,
not light things. These are serious things. But go ahead, hit
true.
me with it.
But it's like,
Hit
how
me
many?
with it.
Okay. So the first one we can adjust it because obviously it's probably too light, but well, I'll work with you on it. So the first one is allergic to shellfish, but this is how it's set up. Minus the column shift to all stats when submerged or fighting aquatic themed enemies.
Not enough.
Okay, how much do I need then?
So what is it you're trying to apply here? So see, it's too limiting. Are we ever going to run into aquatic people? I had no plan of it.
Well, you could.
I
You
could,
were
but
saying that you're going to throw
it's
things our
too
way.
narrow. It needs to be
Okay.
something that is more dangerous. Now,
So
like I
He's
said,
for
afraid of swimming. He
there
can't
is a
swim.
there is a weakness version in this game that could encompass that, but you don't get bonuses for it. It's just simply
so
character flavor, and it's slightly debilitating, depending. It can be fatal
so
actually.
Chester,
This is what I'm
um,
doing with this weakness because I'm giving you something for it. It has to be serious, and that's not enough. Go
so,
ahead, Puffin.
so what if like this is an example, not that I take it, but as like maybe as an alien species, when I'm in Earth's sunlight, it's too intense for me, and I burn like a vampire if I'm
That
not
would
covered
be a
up.
weakness. Yes, sir. That would be a
So if
weakness.
I'm,
It would be one that would keep you out of gameplay, actually.
mhm. I mean, I would like if you looked at my character, he kind of has like a suit, but if that ever got damaged, I got
Yeah,
exposed to
but no,
sunlight, I'd
but
start
we'd have
burning.
to go back and apply actual power or a build point, which you're about to get a build point. So you could create body armor with this build point,
Mhm.
and part of that body armor is to protect you from the sun. There you go. Solution. Yeah.
That'll
Okay,
work.
how about this? How about I can't fly when it's raining?
Hmm.
It weighs me down. It does not allow me to fly when it's raining.
You could also
Still
include
a little light,
fog and
GOP.
clouds
Well,
into that.
See, look at compare what you're talking about. I'm a
well,
metagamer too,
what
dude.
is what is the basic
I
threshold?
know. Look at the
Because I don't
threshold.
know.
I just let him have one, right?
Is
The
is
sun
that the
kills
base
him,
threshold?
kills
Okay.
him, right?
Is that the
It's
base
fatal.
threshold?
It has to be fatal. Yeah,
Oh, it has to be a fatality.
yeah, it has to be.
So,
Now, in his case, the only way he can do this is to take that weakness, but then take the build point and take body armor. So it's a perfect marriage, actually. So he can definitely do that, and why not? Go ahead. But yet, if his keep in mind, we do have render in this game, Puffin, which means I have
Mhm.
an ability to rip open body armor, and if it is, you're dead.
Do I die
Well, what
instantly to the sun, or do
No,
I
no,
just?
no. There's a whole endurance or fitness roll system that's involved, but it ain't good, dude. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
but
I
it
know.
has to be fatal. Yeah, GOP has to be fatal.
so my other one, it's not fatal, but just hear me out, okay? Must peck bread. Whenever bread falls on the ground within line of sight, I basically have to. I must stop what I'm doing and immediately go peck it until the bread is consumed.
Like
Not
a
it's
fey
not
weakness with
critical.
little things. No, that's definitely not how.
It just
Not even
completely
close.
stops me. I
Yeah.
can't do anything.
Well, no, these
Okay.
two things you can take them as character flavor, and I suggest you do. They're fun. But it has nothing to do with this. Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to. I'll have
Like
to
I
think
said,
of
I
something.
suggest. I understand the metagamer. I'm a metagamer too, and I'd figure a way around it. I get you. But I suggest you not take weaknesses because
I
they will kill you. Now, what Puffin's doing, I like it. It works out. He
mhm.
gains an ability which will help protect him, which you would just go through the same process. Roll on chart one to
I
get your
rolled
body
a
armor's rank, and then that's
I
it.
rolled a
So
99.
whatever that rank number is your protection versus physical. 20 points away from that is your energy resistance, but no matter what that number ends up to be in the end, it's enough to protect you from the sun. So the body
Okay.
armor doesn't give you any abilities yet, but you have body armor, which means you can
Okay.
upgrade it. And there's a tech genius in the party, so you guys might want to become buddies.
So I rolled
Puffin,
99. What does that mean? Hello.
lady, any ideas on a weakness you might want to have?
No, I'm not taking a weakness.
I can't hear you guys
Not
at all for
taking.
some reason.
Okay. Can
I
Oh,
am
there we
not
go. Okay.
taking a weakness.
Okay, Tower,
Hey,
you going to take?
so
I'm sorry, Puffin. Go ahead. I must have
I
hit the volume. Sorry.
it's okay. I rolled a 99. What does that mean?
Sorry. Let me go back. All right. Well, I don't need to go back. I know what it is. Remarkable / 26. So this is the way it works. So just body armor, remarkable / 26. You are protected from 26 points of physical damage and 16 points of energy damage. All right. And like I said, that's plenty enough to protect you from the sun. Now, the body armor doesn't have anything else in it yet because we have no ability to spend into it. However, like I said, uh, you do have a tech genius in the party, literally, and we haven't even done skills yet. So you can upgrade it, and it's just about spending karma, really, just spending
Mm-hmm.
experience. So you can start getting abilities out of the power armor or body armor. Yeah.
Okay.
Depending on how you want to
Ooh.
go with it, it's your choice. You don't have to. You can leave it as is, just some kind of protective alien suit, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, I've got an idea.
Yeah.
If I had, let's say, a weak spot, let's say there's like an old injury and there's a weak spot. So like, if let's say you roll 100, like you roll a flat 100 on an attack against me, I am immediately out of the fight. There
No.
is
Here's the deal. If I roll 100 on you, you're instantly dead.
okay. You know what? I'm gonna go for it.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, it starts the death process, which you probably won't die because you got people around you and stuff. But it starts the
Okay.
fitness rolls.
I will
Yeah, I'll
take
give you
it.
that. I'll give you that. Yeah, because that's so
Like Smog.
obscure. But yeah, I like it. If I roll 100 on you, we got to start fitness rolls. Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
So what power are we taking with that, or what are you doing with that build point?
I am going to add that to my fitness. So,
So you're
and
gonna
then
roll
I.
in the column. Oh, okay, go ahead. Tower, I forbade you from taking
Oh,
any
it's a build
weaknesses.
point.
It is
It's a
build
build
point. It
point.
is build
I
point.
gotta
Yeah.
roll that
I
then.
was,
Yeah.
I was
No,
jokingly gonna
no.
say that. No, no,
You're
no, 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 off script, but no. I was. If I even did, I would jokingly be like, the power armor weighs so much that if I enter like any body of water that's capable of me drowning, I would just fucking drown because I
Yeah,
can't
because
swim.
you didn't seal your systems. Perfect. But yeah,
Yeah.
no, I forbade you from taking weaknesses. You're already way beyond them. Um, and it's okay. Like I said, it's an asymmetrical game. You're really we don't need to improve you any. You're just fine. And better not to be. You see, you're not a Kia. You're a Honda. You see.
No, I want to be a Toyota because they're reliable.
Well, Toyota and Honda are basically the same number of reliability. But if you're a Toyota guy, you go Toyota. You're not a freaking Kia, or no, worse, Chinese built whatever. You're a
I'm not
freaking Toyota,
Fiat, Dodge,
or
Ram.
you're built Ford Tough, sir.
I'm a Detroit diesel.
I have a flavor question.
Yeah,
I have a Ford
How much
Ranger.
does the average person weigh in this world?
whatever a normal person weighs. None of those things change.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Well,
130
remember
pounds.
the
And
storyline as well. All these people were getting healthy, but that was still what, 3 generations ago?
right, no, we've moved on, and the world is very similar to it
Yeah.
is now. There's just superpowered people
Okay.
running around. There's a cult of personality which none of you are involved with yet. Well, we'll see what you do with your skills here. Yeah, it's you know how vapid everyone is with their Twitters and their TikToks these days. Yeah, just add superheroes on top of that. Jesus, that's the world we're in. Yeah. All right, so. You had a
Mhm.
question, Buffy?
Oh no, I'm just realizing with wrong page. With excellent telekinesis, being able to lift like 800 pounds, I
Yep.
can lift up to 5 people and chuck them. Well, 6 people.
Well,
Chuck 'em.
maybe. Yeah, depending on how big we are. Yeah, you could. Now, how far you can throw them, there's a chart for that. We have a chart for it. So it's sweet. This game has a chart for everything. That's what I love. I love charts. You know, one of my favorite games of all time because of the chartness is Villains and Vigilantes. Oh my. They had a chart for, well, actually, Heroes Unlimited too, which was a very wonky game, right, GOP? Um,
Mm.
but
I
it
had,
had beautiful chart systems. Oh my God, the charts were great. Tower, go ahead.
okay, really quick, just so I can confirm.
Mhm.
You said with my super strength earlier, granted it's excellent, but I could lift what, 40 tons? I think you
No,
said.
no. Um, it is super strength's weird. It is. Let me re-explain it to you. What is your muscle right now?
So my muscle is amazing.
That's right. Therefore, you can move 40 tons with that. Okay. So in gameplay, 90% of the time, most of the time, you're going to be applying that 50, that amazing number in your roll. That's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be using that amazing roll. There are certain situations that require a strength roll because it's a super strength. So super strength adds an element to your muscle. So even though, yeah, you're moving 40 tons, you can move 40 tons more better than a normal person could move. So let's say we were rolling up characters, and during that roll, you rolled really well, and you spent a power build point, and you gave yourself an incredible, or even you had 2 build points. You ended up having an amazing strength, just like you. But they don't take actual super strength; they just have the muscle stat. Your super strength applies bonuses and certain things in certain situations. So that number is
Oh,
lower than your muscle, but that's okay. Sometimes it's going to add. So sometimes you're, because you have an excellent, you're when you're doing some special maneuver with your strength, you'll be rolling under the monstrous rank +1 column shift, then instead of the amazing. So a person who just had an amazing strength is not as good at it as you are because you actually have the power of super strength. Do you understand?
okay. Yeah, that
Oh,
makes sense.
Okay.
I had an idea, Chester. I'll tell you whenever you're done.
I'm done. Go ahead.
I'm just thinking, instead of like just a thought, instead of what I could do with the having the weakness and burning in the sun, instead of actually putting on body armor, I could potentially use that build point to improve my telekinesis a step, because the force field could that I do from telekinesis could technically protect me from the sunlight. If it's like an overshield, like in Halo, it's constantly, around me.
Yeah, but
'Cause it-
that is dangerous business, dude. I wouldn't do that. I would not do that. I would go with the suit. And especially because it's a completely different system, a non-powered system. Because I can, and trust me, I will shut down your powers from time to time, and you will be in big trouble. Wear the suit. The suit is the smart because it's non-power based, it's tech based. Therefore, it's a separate situation. I can't do both at the same time, can I? So you can choose to do that if you like. I will
it
allow
was
it,
just a
but
thought.
that's suicide, dude.
It's just a thought.
Yeah, yeah. But you understand what I'm saying. You could do it if you
Yes,
like, but that's risky. The suit
as
is
long as
way
it's shut
safer.
off at nighttime.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. Therefore, it has to be persistent when you sleep. It also means you can never touch anything. You can never interact with people. Not good. Not
Backup
good.
umbrella, just in
Well,
case.
well, meaning he's a bubble boy. He's making himself a bubble boy. I wouldn't do that.
No.
Yeah, wear the
Bubble
suit. And of course, now technically, with money and time, even with your good wealth you guys are sitting on, which I know for so your character said he's wealthy. He's not. He's trying to become wealthy, right?
Right.
So uh, with a multiple number of roles, you could build a special room that would shield you. Sure, even with good, that's plenty enough to do that. So you could get around it technically, but I just go with the suit, dude. It's safer. It's a better
I'll do
choice.
the suit.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if something happened to my suit, would my force field provide some protection?
No, it wouldn't.
No.
Although future power stunting that up to add additional protection, probably a smart move. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Because what you would do is add resistance energy. Don't limit yourself to sunlight, just energy. There's no need to be so limiting in this game. But yeah, you would
Mhm.
take resistance energy, which would give you protection from any kind of energy attack, but also, yeah. So yeah, that would be a power stunt thing I would think I would definitely keep in mind. Yeah. Anyway,
Mhm.
let me let me move on and try to finish this up real quick.
Okay.
Let me just go through. You guys listen to what I'm going to explain and try to understand how it applies to you. Okay. So I'm just going to read it. You guys can read it yourself. Of course, the viewers can read it as well. But here it goes. Characters also get karma in the game, which is your experience. All right. This is gained in play by the actions they take and from skills and combat. Karma is spent to increase abilities, multiply the value of stats. I got that back by 10 to increase it. A tactics of 23, for example, could be increased to a tactics of 24 by spending 230 karma. So You take whatever the number is, your power, your ability, your prime stat, whatever it is, and you take whatever the number is, multiplied by 10, and this is the amount of karma you need to step it up 1 point. So once again, if you have a tactics of 23 and you want to increase it to a 24, you need to spend 23 times 10, so 230 karma, and boom, you get the 24. Okay, that's how you spend karma to improve yourself. All the experience in game is applied in this way. You can also use experience in a different way, which I'll explain here. If you save up 1,000 karma points, you can gain a new power up to your core maximum, which we already talked about. You can also perform power stunts. Power stunts, which I already explained, are a kind of layaway version of doing that upgrade. Saving up 1,000 karma can take a while, right? It depends. But in this way, you can spend 200 karma to attempt the use of whatever power stunt you want to do. And I already explained it earlier. It does require a red result, but if you succeed, your power, you get to click it up for the rest of that day, right? The rest of our session, the mission night. And if you do that 5 times, 1,000 karma points, you get the power permanently. Now, this is something because you need a red to get a power stunt working. This is really where spirit comes in. So let's say, well, I really need that red, right? So let me bring up the chart real quick and we can take a look at it here and I'll explain it, right? So let's say you have an excellent ability, maybe you have skills that brings that up to remarkable. And therefore, you need to get a 95 on a dice roll in order to get a red under a remarkable feat. All right. Now, that's not easy to do, but you can say, I'm using karma. Okay. Excuse me, I'm using my spirit, right? And you make your roll, and let's say you get an 82. You get lucky. You roll an 82. Okay. And that means that you are 14 points away, excuse me, 13 points away from getting what you needed. And therefore, you spend 13 of your spirit and you're done. Now, let's say you did the same roll. You still need that. What is it? That 95, right? The 95. And let's say you roll a 90. You roll ridiculously and you get a 97. This is kind of the double-edged sword of it. You lose 10 spirit anyway, even though you didn't need any. So anytime you declare the use of spirit, you're going to, in a perfect situation, you lose 1, right? If the numbers work out for you, the roll and stuff. But in a worst case scenario, you can lose it all, or you're minimally going to lose 10 if you succeed anyway. That's the double-edged sword of spirit in this game. But because you need the reds, when you go to do a power stunt is when you really want to save your spirit. You want to use it for that thing. And keep in mind, in game play, your spirit is replenishable every day. Not every session, every day you get your empathy back in spirit. However, when you are making rolls in game, you can use spirit or you can use karma. So the experience you gain, you can save that and level yourselves up. But you, in a desperate situation, say you got a pool of karma over there, you're trying to build something up to make a power. As long as you haven't pooled it, which I'll explain in a minute, you can take karma and put it into a roll. Oh, it sucks to do it. Oh God, it sucks. It sucks. But in a desperate situation, you can do it, right? So this is the limiting factor of it. Now, a power pool, when you have a point pool, you can't take it out of the pool. Now, a pool is very simple. Let's say that yeah, I'm trying to increase my strength from a 22 to a 20, excuse me, a 27 to a 28, and I have a pool of 120 karma sitting there. And then when I get extra, I just throw it in that pool until it gets the number. When you create a pool, that is locked. You can't use that in combat, right? But it's a decision you have to make. It's a decision you have to make. Now, a lot of people cheese it. Someone's mic is really going crazy. It's squeaking like crazy. But some people cheese it and they just basically never pool their karma, which is fine, but I don't like it. Some GMs prefer to say you have to have something pulled for a certain amount of time before you can actually increase the ability. I kind of like that, but I don't want to be a dick. But fair play, right? Fair play. Mr. Terrific. More points for the GM. Anyway, so you guys get how karma works?
Right?
Yeah.
I think kind of.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yes.
straightforward. Okay. So moving on. I had another example here. Say you're a fire wheel and you want to manipulate the flames. So you want to control the flames instead of just blasting them. You could power stunt it, or you could just save 1,000, just do it automatically, which in some ways is easier because if you keep up 1,000 karma, you don't have a potential losing it. Because here's the thing: if you make that power stunt roll and you don't get that red, you lose all the karma you just spent. So it's handy because you can have it earlier, but if you save up that 1,000 and just use it, it's done. No rolls necessary. You got the power stunt, whatever you're doing. And keep in mind the difference between power and power stunt is simply you can do power stunts early, and power stunts don't apply to your core limit. Right. Okay. So let's move on here. Next, let's see. You could if you're doing game for skills. If you want to try to get a new skill, skills work similarly, but they only work this way. You have to build skills up over time. So you tell me, hey, I'm trying to build a new skill, and every session we play, you have to spend 100 karma. It doesn't. There's no rolls. There's no failure. You just start using the ability. But from that point on, every session you have to give me 100 karma. Every session. When he gets 500, the skill is permanent. That's how that works. Class. We need to do this right now. So this is gained in game as an additional type of reward given by GM. Every level of class comes with a bump in pay, a plus 10 to wealth stats, and a doubling of your empathy stat toward pop. So whatever your empathy is, we're going to do pop here right now. So this is your renown. So your pop is basically whatever your empathy is right now. Just write it down. Your popularity, your pop is equal to your empathy. Okay?
Well, I have a -2 shift because I'm a chimera.
Yes, you do. So whatever
Me
your
too.
empathy is, so what is your empathy, lady?
Excellent.
So it goes down to a typical.
Typical.
So you have a popularity of typical. Uh, we don't need the number in this case because the number is applying to your empathy, not to the pop. So just the word is fine. So you have a typical popularity, which you're a normal person, which is excellent.
Mhm.
You have enough. What about you, Puffin? What are you looking at?
Feeble.
Yeah, you suck. Yeah, people hate
Yep.
you, freaking alien.
Yep.
Which should play into the suit helps, right? Because you're always wearing this damn suit.
Mhm.
But you should play into what your character looks like because you're not only are you not poor like an ugly person, you're feeble, meaning it's like God, what the hell is that? It's not good.
Mhm.
It's not good. Now, keep in mind this limits you when you get into social conversations by minus column shifts in this case. But your social skills are separately rolled based on your social abilities. So, the pop is just
With
an adjuster, right? It's an instant renown and an adjuster. What are you looking at, GOP?
For my empathy is good, so that'd be pop is good then.
So you have excellent
Oh, I
popularity.
oh,
Excellent.
okay,
You don't
excellent.
need the number. We just need because your empathy is being applied. So if you guys gain a class level, which you will, right? That's just part of leveling up in the game. When you get, and I'll give it to you when I give it to you guys. It's just because class is more something that's looked at as are you doing a good job. It's not a experience mechanic, right? It's just are you doing a good job. Um, so your pay will get increased, and you will double each time, each class, you double your empathy. So if you do a good job and you get to class 3 or class 4 or something like that, you're going to be making really good money, really, really good money. And people are instantly know who you are. Like, oh, it's what's this? The booster gold. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Tonto. Okay. That's how class works. So, but we just figured out our pop, right? So our pop is equal to your empathy right now. It will increase, and of course there are skills that increase that as well. So we're going to get to that in a second.
So
So
my
uh,
is just
let's
good.
oh, what about you, Tower? What's your so you have good? So you have good.
My
That's above
empathy.
average. It's above average. Yeah.
So do I have to write that down somewhere?
Yes.
Like,
Please write down pop good. GOP, did I ask you?
Yeah, yeah, I told you. You told me it was excellent, so because I was like,
popular, strong.
because I said like my empathy was good, and you were like, well, that means it's excellent. So I'm
No, I
like, okay.
didn't. What are you talking
Oh, I
about?
thought you said that.
No, I
I thought you
didn't.
said it was
No, I didn't.
okay. Well, I told you it was good, and yeah,
No,
I thought you
meaning
said
it's excellent. Ah, you bastard. All right. All right.
I was confused by why you were
No,
saying that.
be like that. Yeah,
Uh huh.
being an asshole. Right? That's
It's
fine.
it's
You're
good.
lucky I
It is
cannot
good.
deduct karma in this game. You are lucky, sir. Because that's a minus 10 right there. Anyway.
Oh, and wait, how do we just in case I missed it, how do we add up our starting karma, or do we get starting
No,
karma?
you start with nothing. Well, I think
Okay.
a couple of you earned a point or two here today.
I earned a few, but because I was also reading the book too, so I was just making sure.
Yeah,
Because
no, you
yeah.
start. Yeah, we're new characters, so. But karma will come. Don't worry about it. Just keep in mind, it's not only skill and combat generated, it's also character generated. So, like I said, if you make fun little pop references, you get karma. Not a lot, but you get a little bit, right? But if you also play your character as their characters intended, you get it, right? So, you should always be trying to work in character, to be your character, to be comic booky, because it earns you more karma. And the more karma you have, the more you can level your character up. And keep in mind, like I said, with karma, unless you've pulled it, which if you intend on leveling something else, please pull it. Don't be cheesy. But unless you've pulled it, in an emergency situation, you can burn karma to save your ass. You have that spirit, but that's not a lot, right? Sometimes you need that 95 and you roll a frickin' one. Right? So just keep that in mind. I love the dynamic. It's a wonderful dynamic. Anyway, let me move on here. So grade. So this is another thing we're writing down, Tower. Grade. Your class is 1. Your pop is equal to your empathy. And now we're going on to grade. Okay?
Wait. So I have pop is good. My what is what? My who's is who?
Oh, Jesus. Your class is 1. Because you're
Okay.
first level. Your pop is equal to your empathy.
Okay.
Okay, now we're going on to grade. Okay, so write down grade. This is
Okay.
represented by Greek alphabet in the with Omnicore. Omnicore is in Omnicore International, by the way. Like I said, it's a pseudo private organization that is the governments are operating through the United Nations, like so many other corrupt things. But it was just necessary that it be not government based. There's a lot of politics and stuff that we'll probably learn a little about it during game. But anyway, it works like this. The humans are called zetas. They have no power, no ability. Epsilons are powered persons under 100 total stats and power. It means all of the numbers I've given you added together, not pop. All of your prime stats and all of your ability, your powers, all those numbers added together. And if you're under 100, you ain't much. And those people don't get any kind of bonuses or anything like that because, you know, they probably use their power in some little minor way for their job or something like that, right?
So
You
we
guys,
add up everything.
we're going to so what I want you to do right now is to take all your prime numbers and all your ability numbers and add them together. Not your pop. Don't add pop into it. Just your prime, your 8 primes, and your 1 or 2 abilities, not your power stunts. The main ability, please. So most of you have 1, I think Tower has 2. Maybe you spend whatever. Your actual ability stat, not the power stat, the power stunt, and all 8 abilities. What is that number?
100%. Like
Okay.
my body armor, take to the 37, but I have super strength. Don't add the super strength because it's part of the body armor.
No. Yes, that's right. In your case, because you're using body armor.
So I
Body armor
take my,
comes with advantages and disadvantages, right?
it's part. Well, super strength is part of the body armor, so don't add it,
That's
but
right.
add the body
In your case, we're just adding the body armor and your 8 stats together,
Okay.
and my speed,
and your super
super
speed.
speed.
That's right.
I
That's
was
right.
so close.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Whole.
Hold on a second. No. Your super speed is built into the suit too. Everything is the suit.
Oh,
Everything is
the
the suit.
build.
Yeah.
So it
Um,
doesn't.
That
Super
doesn't
speed doesn't
apply.
count.
It doesn't apply. Now, keep in mind that these are negatives for body armor, but body armor also has some very good positives on the other end because you yourself can't be shut down. Power, I can shut down your armor, but I can't shut you down, right? Except that there's many little bonuses you'll see that come in, but they're also negatives. So just take your body armor number, whatever the number is, and then the number for 8 stats, add them together. GOP, what you got?
192.
192. You're very close to becoming a gamma, sir.
I know.
But right now you are Delta grade. Now, Delta grade gives you plus 10 to your wealth. So it brings you from a good to an excellent, I do believe. No, not yet. But plus 10 to your wealth, which is going to
So
put you at a
18.
26. Yeah, it actually does take you into a remarkable, doesn't it? No, you need a
Wait,
20.
plus 10 to my wealth. My wealth is good, so it's an 8. So it would put me up to 18, right?
18. So that brings you into an excellent level. Excellent. Because money is based on the word, not the number. The number can, of course, increase the word, which is what we want. So you just are now making, they feel you're more valuable and they're paying you excellent wealth. So you're basically a mid-tier executive type of pay. Pretty good. You can buy the Mercedes
Plus 10 to my pop, so
and your plus 10 to your pop as well. That's right.
my pop is also an 18, which puts that at excellent as well.
That's
All right,
right.
cool.
So you got excellent wealth and excellent pop. So not only are you considered to be more valuable by the agency, you're also the public perception of you is higher. Sweet. What is your totals, Puffin?
Nothing. 97.
Your
Ooh.
all your stats and your power added together?
Yep.
Wow. You're kidding me, right?
No, I'm not. I have 5, 8, 8, 8, 5, 5, 5, 37, and 16 is 97.
And what about your powers, your abilities?
That is with my power.
All right. So
As I
you're
can't add the stun.
so you're a charity case.
Yep. I
Sweet.
am
Uh,
walking. I should probably retire the character
you
right
probably
now.
should right now. Yeah, that's all right. You'll go over that threshold and become a
You're
Delta.
almost there.
You'll be a
I mean, I
Delta
don't.
very quickly. Yeah.
I
Um,
mean, well, I don't care.
no,
I'm an
you should,
alien.
and you shouldn't. And I've been saying this many times. This is an asymmetrical
Mhm.
game. You should not give a shit. You should
Mm-mm.
not. And you're very close to becoming Delta anyway. Everyone here is going to be a Delta, right? As well. I don't know about Tower. But so you are an Epsilon. You're Epsilon rank, which gives you no bonuses, no negatives either. You're Epsilon right now. Your grade is Epsilon. I'm afraid. Tower, what's your total number of all your stats and your body armor number?
Can you let Lady go first and me go last?
Lady, what is your total number? So
Okay, with the
your
stat
elementalist number
and
and the stats.
my elemental power of 26. Are we adding and then wealth of 8?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
No,
Just
not
your power, just your elementalist power, which is 26, and your 8 abilities. Your 8 those 8 statistics. No wealth, no
okay.
pop, not your
Hang on.
air separate because that's already been dealt with. Not your power stunts.
153.
153, which is what I kind of expected. Okay, you are a Delta grade, lady. Delta grade. You get plus 10 to your wealth and your pop. And at this level, that probably increases your wealth to excellent and your pop to good.
How much pop?
You get plus 10 to your wealth number and plus 10 to your pop number, and then we need to cross
Okay.
reference. So, what is your wealth number right now with that plus 10?
Wealth number is good
No, what is the
with
number? The number. The number.
8
An 8. So now it's an
plus
18.
10.
So that
Be
puts it as
18.
so your wealth is now an excellent / 18. Write that down. So you're considered more valuable by the or agency as well. And what is your pop right now? What is your empathy? Sorry, what's your empathy?
Typical. Oh, empathy. My empathy is excellent.
All right, so that
Subtract
brings us down to a
2.
typical because you're a chimera, you're an elf,
Right.
so there is that kind of. If you were just a wizard, you wouldn't have that problem, but you are an elf.
It should still bring me up to
So
excellent.
and it brings you up to a
16.
15. Is that enough to put you in excellent category?
No, 16.
Nope. If
I
it
don't
puts
think
you up
so.
to a no, typical is a 5.
Yep.
So
Oh,
plus
okay.
10
So
is
good.
15.
So
So
you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Your pop is good. Good / 15. Good / 15.
Okay.
And yeah, so you're doing fine. And then tower.
207.
Okay. Tower, you are gamma rank. Gamma grade. Sorry.
Woohoo!
Gamma grade. You're definitely considered more valuable. All right, and this is what gamma. And write down gamma grade, please. And this and your total power. You should keep that number next to it so it's easy for you to calculate when you level up, right?
Okay.
It makes it easier paperwork for you. This is what happens. You get plus 30 to your wealth. So what is your current wealth right now? It's a good, right? Good /
Yeah.
16.
No,
right?
no, no. 20. He's a gamma, not a. That would be a beta.
No, no,
That'd
no,
be
no, 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 no. He's a gamma. I'm asking what his wealth is, and I said everyone at good / 8, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you
That's
said
what it.
plus 30.
No,
That's why I was like,
let me. I got it, dude.
okay.
So 8 plus 30 brings you up to a 38. So that is a remarkable. I don't know. That's an incredible.
Incredible.
So you get your wealth is incredible / 38. Write that down. Okay. And Tower, you're considered so valuable that you're getting paid low-level CEO prices. You're not
Oh
Tony
yeah.
Stark, but
When
boy,
you said power, very important. I wrote power down. What do I write next to power?
I'm going to get to it. Then let me do one thing at a time. So your wealth is incredible / 38. You write that down?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, what that means is there's no reason you shouldn't be driving a Mercedes. Of course, you're pretty quick anyway. You
I
can afford a reasonable boat. Your wealth is you're probably around $200,000, $300,000 a year. You're getting paid really well. They consider you to be very valuable. Okay, so now our pop. All right. You are a normal human, so your pop is equal to your empathy. What is your empathy?
It is good.
So it's good / 8. Okay. So it once again is plus 30 to that, so it makes it a 38. So your popularity is incredible / 38. So what this means is the agency considers you very valuable and you're very important to them, and the public has seen you do things. Therefore, because you're more powerful and you're starting at a higher level in your backstory tower, you want to explain um, uh, maybe you were doing some heroics before. You were working out of your garage as a mechanic, and you were sick of the crime going on. You went out there and you hit the street, and you were doing some goods, and you kind of made a little name for yourself. And the agency, Omnicorp International approached you, saying, hey. We really, want your help. We're able to pay this much money, which is way more than you were making. So just monetarily, it was the right move. but also it gives you more access to help people, right?
So will that increase my empathy?
No, it does not.
Okay.
No, no.
Chester, real quick, can you read the gamma line? Because you keep giving him 30, but that's beta. Gamma's 20.
You're missing. He gained the delta R as well.
So
Oh, so he
okay.
gains 2 stacks. Okay,
Yes, yes,
that's
he
what I was
gains two
confused
stacks.
by.
No, he gains two
So for
stacks. Everything is added. If you're an alpha, you gain 70, 80, 90, 100 points. So 100 points added, and you're going to be basically a small country in pay.
Okay.
so my popularity is incredible, and my power we're getting to.
We never has said anything about your power. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no clue.
Wait. GOP,
It's
I did hear
pop
earlier.
is
Pop. It's not
popularity.
power. It's pop. It's popularity. It's your renown, your fame.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
We
You
already got
said
that done.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
and
Yeah, not power pop. All right, so let's wrap things up here. We are past our time. The characters work for OCI, which of course is Omnicore International. Organization was put in place on March 31st, 2013 by the UN. Its intent was to create a more equal level of access to superpowered peoples across the world. Not all countries participate in the program, of course, but those that do are stringent in its implementation because there were a couple of few decades where governments and private organizations, which still do, but governments were using their own super teams and things got ugly and corrupt and out of control. And it created on the verge of another major world war. And World War III already kicked off in the 80s. So people didn't want that because that was bad. There's still cities that are gone, right? The countries that do implement this technically pseudo United Nations thing implement it stringently, meaning there are no government agencies. Big wink, big air quotes. Um, anyway, they often integrate in various governments and have access to various departments. So, not always, but a lot of times, if you guys are doing something, the Omnicore does have relations with local police departments and local governments to help facilitate interaction. But that really depends more on you than anything because just because the cops have to work with you doesn't mean they like it as usual. And if you've done any studying into cross agency interaction, you'll realize what a frickin' hornet's nest that is because they hate each other. They don't care. People are actually dying because they're literally pedaling their feet because they don't want to help the feds. But yet that happens on a daily basis. Nevertheless, so all that's going to come into play. Now, skills you are going to do on your own because it's that easy. Okay. Skills work in a skills work in a very simple way. If you spend one skill point, you can get a skill in anything you like, and it doesn't matter what it is. A skill in anything you like, and it gives you +1 column shift to the applicable ability, or the applicable prime stat, or even an ability in certain situations. Usually, it applies to your prime stats though. But for one skill point, you can do this with anything. So computer science, uh, martial arts, knife wielding, espionage, whatever you want. Any skill you can think of, you can get that skill, and it gives you +1 column shift on the applicable role. Now, for 2 skill points, you can specialize in something. And specializing gives you +2 shock. It's just you're doubling up on it, so very easy. But it also can apply a +1 to various things. If it's combat based, it will be +1 to initiative. If it's in other situations, that +1 could become a column shift. It depends on the situation. But it's +2 specialization and +1 um, you know, speed is really what it applies to. So that's for 2 skill points. You get +2 column shifts, and you get a +1 to speed of the action. For 3 skill points, you can gain ultimate skill. And ultimate skill is a positive and a negative in a way because it doesn't give you any speed bonuses, oddly enough, even though just specializing does. But 3 gives you ultimate skill. Ultimate skill and something is very simple. It doesn't matter what your stat is. You roll under unearthly to use it, which is 100, right? And most characters will never get to that number actually. But you could take ultimate skill in any skill, anything that's a skill, you can take it and it applies under the unearthly thing, right? Now, there are some restrictions to this, right? When you apply specialization to a combat skill, it works just like I said. It adds +2 combat shifts and +1 to initiative in that case, the speed aspect. Ultimate skill doesn't work like that with combat. With skills, like logic based or medicine or any kind of idea you come up with a skill, it rolls under the 100 column. That's it. You're done. Okay. If you take an ultimate skill in a combat thing, it's different. It applies a unearthly application, not you don't roll under the earthly chart. For instance, if you take ultimate martial arts, let's say A, right? Because and you can look these up online, but the martial arts you can call whatever you want, kung fu, karate, judo, whatever. Um, they actually have a letter system that gives special bonuses, and you can look it up online. You should. Everything else very straightforward. Only martial arts is a little noisy. But and keep in mind with skills, you could take a skill that if you're a flyer, you could take aerial combat, right? Or
Mhm.
acrobatics. Think a little broad about it, right? But
I have
what
acrobatics.
yeah, well,
So,
there you go. But if
so
you, but with let me finish. With the ultimate skill, let's say we're using martial arts A. Martial arts A allows you to stun and slam, which means knock down. Characters who are stronger have a higher fitness than you do, because normally you can't do that. With the ultimate skill applied to that, what it does is give you like some crazy weak point generation where you can actually crack metals and stuff like that, where normally you wouldn't be able to do, right? Or you can see weak, depending on what martial arts you take, you can see weak points, or it gives you this special supernatural application. It doesn't actually roll under 100 like a, say, science would, right?
So if I were to use the acrobatics and put 3 points into that,
Yeah.
so that would give me bonuses to my dodge and evade and all that.
Normally under your grace, and then you would be able to do some special, we would have to talk, you can think about it, but you would have to come up with some supernatural gracie thing you could do, right? So
so if I
anytime it applies to combat, in combat, there needs to be some special aspect that it gives you. It doesn't actually roll under that. Only skills that are non-combat roll under the 100 rank. So
okay,
you can do that. That sounds cool, GOP. Apply 3 to your acrobatics and then come up with some cool little supernaturally level of acrobatics thing you can do, and we'll apply it almost like a skill power stunt. Go ahead, Puffin.
so since my brain, like, can I do like a mental focus to improve the aspects of my telekinesis as a skill? Like meditation, mental focus. Maybe even some kind of alien mind thing. That people don't know how to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Um, uh,
because
yeah.
sorry.
No, no, absolutely. Like for instance, if you applied 3 skills to,
Hmm.
ultimate skill to your telekinesis, we could say that it doesn't change your role at all. But maybe when like we were saying, you can do this meditation, which takes time. It's out of combat, right? But
Right.
you can do this meditation and you can heal your will. Mm,
Hmm.
that's nice.
Heal my will or heal my spirit.
But you could do that too. Yeah.
I could do that.
Spirit, keep in mind, comes back every day based on your empathy.
My empathy's 5.
But yeah, you could do that. Now it takes time. You have to
Yeah.
meditate for a while, so it's certainly not an in combat thing. But
Hmm.
between combat, yeah, that's not a bad idea. It's certainly worth the 3 skill points because that ain't nothing. That's a lot.
Hmm.
Right? But yeah,
So I'll
you
do that.
definitely that's the kind of thing you can do if you spend that. But mainly, one gives you +1 column shift, however you want to do it. Two gives you +2 column shift plus a +1 speed application. Three lets you either roll under the unearthly rank or combat based things. You got to come up with some kind of little supernaturally thing that you can do. Right? So that's it.
Mm.
That's all there is to skill. There's nothing else to say, right? So take time. You know how many skill points you have. Everything's done. There's no more. There's
Okay.
nothing more to gain. You have whatever. What is your skill GOP right now? How many numbers you got?
My skill is well, that'd be my total. I got 4. I'm sorry.
You got 4. Uh, Puffin,
I have 3.
Tower,
He's muted.
Lady, Lady.
I have 5.
Four.
Say it again, Lady.
4.
Okay, so you guys all have enough to either get a bunch of different skills, which is really what I suggest, or get a skill and ultimate the hell out of a skill, which can be fun. It's a nice little character flavor, and it does add real world benefit. And you just have to be creative and think of something and come to me, and we'll make a decision on it. But it isn't
I
something
know.
that's ultra powered. It's a subtle little thing. Like I just said with him, if he spent 3 on his telekinesis, it's not changing his roles or his power rank at all, but he can actually out of combat heal himself. Oh, that's awesome. And I absolutely accept that. Yeah. So, anyway, Tower.
I just dump them all 5 into one super specialty on top of my just dummy thick strength.
Well, what
3
I
is the
would do.
max.
Yeah, you can. 3 is max. But what I would do with you, Tower, is I would definitely put a few of those into some manner of martial arts. You can call it whatever you want. But martial arts A gives you can stun and slam people who have a higher fitness than your strength. Martial arts B, right, gives you +1 column shift to combat, right? Melee combat. Martial arts C allows you to grapple, grab, escape at I think a +2 rank. No, +1. Wrestling gives you +2.
I sent you a message, Chester.
What do you say?
I sent you a direct message.
Oh, thank you. D allows you to kind of, you have to take a round or two. I think it's 2 rounds, but you can focus on an enemy, like something you do beforehand in preparation, and it gives you a Dimmock or a PowerPoint hit, which increases your damage. Nice. Martial Arts E gives you +1 to initiative. Very simple. And there are other, like I said, you can. It's really up to your imagination. If you have a skill and you say, okay, I'm going to call the skill whatever I want, but what it's doing is giving me +1 to my initiative, right?
Hey,
Um, and there isn't a column shift in this situation, but it's still +1. You spend 2, it's +2, right? If you spend 100, it's not giving you any bonuses, oddly enough, to your actual speed, but it's going to do something special that you should come up with. So really, don't narrow yourself. Think broadly about what you can do and how it can apply. You don't need a list. There's no need for a skill list. Zero need. You know what people can do and can't do. Apply what you want your character to be able to do. Because just like every other game we play, keep in mind, if it's not on the paper, it doesn't exist. So, any
Yeah.
questions?
I'm
I just
sending you a question.
Yeah, I'm let me jump over and take a look at that real quick. Um
That should be or, not of.
okay. Um
It's a hard choice.
I well definitely don't do armor. Because that's a non That's a mechanical thing. Don't apply that to this. Either do the heal or the spirit. Honestly, the spirit could be fun, but spirit comes back. Whatever your empathy is, you get that back
Um,
every after every sleep. So
well,
spirit
my empathy
spirit
is only
regenerates.
5.
Oh well, okay, all right. But keep in mind, you can also burn karma if you really have to, right?
Oh, yep.
The healing one is, which I'm allowing you, is way more
Yes.
powerful. Let's see. Yeah, yeah.
That's fine. I'll
Well,
keep
the
it.
telekinesis two is exactly what I said. You spend 2 skill points, meaning that when you use your TK, which depending on what you're doing with it, because right now, what are your power stunts with TK?
Good.
No, what are they? What are the
Um,
powers?
Light and force field.
So flight and force field. Okay. So that 2 points would apply like this. When you use your telekinesis, your power rank tells you what the power level, the number, right? So how much damage is
Right.
this going to do, basically. But to use your telekinesis, you need to roll your grace, right? Your grace, how well you can control it at a range. So what is your grace right now?
Good.
It's good. So if you spent 2 skill points into telekinetic specialist, or call it whatever you want, be cool about it. Give it a cool name,
Okay.
right? And what that means is when you use your telekinetics, not only are you now a remarkable column shift roll, you also do it quicker and get +1 to initiative when doing telekinetics. That's not
Mm-hmm.
bad. That ain't bad at all. For 2 skill points, that's nice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, yep, yep,
Um. Quick question. So, let's say because my grace is the max what it can be right now, right? Amazing. If I have a skill, like let's say my acrobatics gives me a +1 when I'm dodging.
yep,
So would I have monstrous dodging
yep,
then, or okay?
yep,
So it can push me above that limit in those
yeah.
specific
Column,
circumstances.
yeah. So that's a good question. Thank you very much, GOP. Column shifts can push you above the amazing limit. It can. um, up to a maximum +3. You can never have more than +3 column shifts with anything, even if you do. So if you
Okay.
find your character has +3 column shifts because of some weird combination of power and which no one did that, but if you did build one and had some power giving you bonuses and some skill, and you're over +3, you did it wrong. You didn't min
Okay.
max properly.
So
All right.
explain what that skill, the Xenokinetic. I'm increasing my grace by 2 or my.
No, no, no. No, no, no. Write that. Don't put it on the power. Just write it in your skill area, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm
And
doing.
call it whatever you want. And it because you're using 2 skill points, it carries specialist with it, or a specialist. So anytime you spend 2 skill points on something, it's something something specialist. When you spend 3, it's something something ultimate talent. Okay, 1 doesn't get a special word, just gets +1 column shift. But anything you apply the 2 skills to specialize, you get the specialization, word applied to whatever it is, right? So,
Okay.
uh,
Okay.
so scientific biological research specialist, right? So that does that, and it gives you +2 to apply and +1 speed. So depending on the situation. So in this case, that +2 is applying to your telekinesis anytime you use it. So if you're using it in combat, then it's going to apply to your grace. If you're using it to try to manipulate a lock at distance, it applies to your, well, grace again. Those +2 apply where you're using, in this case, the ability. How are you using the telekinesis? That +2, like if you're using it for
Mm-hmm.
flight, right? This is kind of nifty because your flight is -1 column shift of your ultimate power, right? However,
Mm-hmm.
your skill isn't. Your skill is just applying directly to the telekinesis itself, right? So therefore, if you're flying through the air and you like want to try to make some special maneuver to dodge through a window or to do some kind of specialty situation, you can apply that +2 column shift to the roll, which in your case, once
Okay.
again, is grace.
Okay.
Because a lot of the things with telekinesis are grace. But if you're because
I thought it was
skill,
will.
no, that's your limit. That's your limiting factor. You can't go. You can't
Oh,
go
okay.
above will. Yeah, that's your
Oh,
limiting
then
factor.
then I should improve grace with my column shift and Lee because I had remarkable.
That's why
It
I
doesn't
said
need to
that.
be.
That's why I said that.
Oh,
Yeah, I said because with Tower I said definitely kick it up. Right, I didn't even hesitate with him. With you, I was like, your will's pretty good. It's good for now. You might want to put it somewhere else. That's why. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, if I put it in grace, that'll put me to an excellent grace and
hmm
remarkable will.
Yeah. And then when you're doing your various telekinetic stuff, you're going to be rolling under the incredible rank column for your various telekinetic abilities, which is cool.
Yep, I'll be able to roll incredible for grace, and since it's remarkable, if it's just a will base, then no, it's only grace. I think
Yeah, I,
would my
I
will.
I think that would be a smart move for you. It's definitely a level up. And it really depends. This game
Mhm,
is great fun for people like GOP and I who are min maxers. You can min max the hell out of it. But it's also fun for people who just want story based play. And you
mhm.
don't care about that, and you balance out your character, and you put extra points in a place that you probably never use. It's good either way. It works either way because it's a non-asymmetric system. You don't have to be equal to Tower because none of you are.
So if I picked up martial arts E,
Yeah, you get
right?
+1 initiative. Yeah.
Okay, but if I boosted that up to rank 2,
Yep.
that would be a +3 then.
Yep.
And what if I bumped it up to rank 3 out of curiosity?
Ultimate. Well, if you move it up to ultimate, this is the thing that's weird about ultimate talent. Um, I almost thought about changing the rule. I did contemplate it, but I was like, no, I like the odd sacrifice of it. Because if you go to ultimate, you don't get any pluses at all. No pluses.
Yeah. So
Um,
what happens? I have no
right.
idea.
So, but what it does because we're dealing with combat-based situation with initiative. Speed is always in combat because your move is based upon either a superpower, which many of you have, or just your straight endurance, right? Which is limited to 3 areas per turn anyway, unless you have a superpower. So if you applied ultimate talent to your martial arts E, you would have to come up with something neat.
Yeah.
Something interesting speed based that you can do extra. I love the imagination it allows you to do. Just come up with something cool. Go watch some kung fu movies.
Yeah,
Right.
that's just me like kind of curious because I mean I've got other stuff that's more useful than that, but
Sure,
it's still
but
it's
it's
still
neat.
interesting
It's
thought.
neat,
Yeah.
yeah. And I
Um
love the sacrifice that you don't get any bonuses at all, but you
yeah.
get something supernatural. Hmm.
Um also does it cost the same uh for getting a new skill versus bumping up a
500.
skill you already have
500. It costs
for
500
both?
karma, and the way it works in game is very straightforward. If you say you tell me, Chester, I want to improve this skill, okay, or I want to get a new skill. Well, like you want to specialize, go up a rank every time. It's the same actually. So all you do is you tell me I'm either trying to specialize, or I'm trying to ultimate talent, or I'm trying to get a new skill. Whatever you're doing, you just tell me, and then you give me effectively 100 karma for the next 5 games, for the
Yeah.
next 5 nights. And then after that's done, you spent 500 karma, you spent 5 game sessions, you get the skill, you get the upgrade, whatever.
I
So
gotcha.
it's slower than, I mean, if you have a really big fighting type knight, you could get a more experience and more karma than that. But and you could drop it into abilities and power stuff up because you could do that anytime. Skills are a little bit slower, but it makes sense, right?
Well, I'm just curious too. If you're like worried that like if something bad were to happen and your stuff would all go away, if you could pay ahead but still have it take over 5 nights, you know?
I don't care how you apply it, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
100 per session. Now, if you're earning good karma or you save up your karma and you want to do two at a time, go ahead. Give me 200 karma, right? It's up to you. And it doesn't matter if you're getting a new ability or you're taking a skill and ranking it up to specialized or taking specialized up to ultimate talent. It's all the same. 500, 500, 500. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's just
I'm sorry,
the
guys.
game
I've
slowed it down.
gotten to where I gotta go.
Yeah,
All
well,
right.
I
See you
should have
later,
left
lady.
25 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But anyway,
your
thank you,
students are
lady.
gonna
See you.
walk out on you.
No,
Yep.
they're not. I always put a buffer on everything I do. But and today I was supposed to get a haircut, which I won't be doing now. Okay, fine. But because I did schedule it, but I'm going to be. It's in 6 minutes. I don't think I'll make it,
Yeah.
seeing as it's a
Yeah.
30-minute ride. So I actually was smart today, GOP. I took my shower early.
Very
I was
nice.
all ready to
Last
finish on
question for you,
time and
Preston.
drive right there and be perfectly on time. No, people have
Until
questions. Go ahead, Puffin.
until us.
As an alien, I took gun use as a skill. Can I have a blaster? Just
Sure, that's gear. Yeah, no.
okay.
Any kind of skill you have that requires gear, you have the gear. Yeah,
Yeah, I need
unless
to.
it's something like I need the Washington State computer size thing. No, no, you can't have
hmm
that. But do you have a
Yeah.
blaster? Sure. Blasters do good damage, by the way.
Okay.
Now, there are upgraded ones which you can either find in game or, well, you can get with wealth, but they're highly, highly, highly restricted. But that do more damage. But a standard general blaster in the world that this is set in, 10 damage, no problem. I forget what the range is offhand, but I'll give it to you in play.
Okay. Just help. I'll put a dash so you can help me fill out the blaster later.
Yeah. But keep in mind, gear-based stuff that is combat oriented often is not great when it comes to interacting with superpowered people.
hmm
Now you can find artifact level stuff in gameplay, and they are powerful. You can save up money. You can spend. There's things you can do to make gear pretty badass outside of making it a power or a power stunt. Because keep in mind, uh, Tower is a tech-based guy, so all of his is technology. But
hmm
if it isn't under an ability, it's not official. So gear is minor stuff. But a blaster, like I said, against a human, they ain't gonna like it,
hmm
right? But
Yeah.
against
That's.
a tower would laugh at you.
hmm
Wait,
Literally
how so?
would, huh? Well, dude,
Wait, well,
what is your energy based resistance right now?
like 17.
Yeah, he does 10 damage with a blaster. It literally will do nothing to you. Now, technically, now there is a tricky thing. What is your grace right now?
My
Me
grace.
No, not
Holy.
you, Puffin.
16.
16. Please give me the word, not the number.
Excellent.
Excellent.
And then
Thank
I
you.
have +1 CS for gun use.
Okay, so,
Grace.
well,
Oh,
hold on a
yeah,
second.
there.
Hold on a second. Let me answer his questions. Right. So we're under remarkable, right? Because you're +1 column shift, right? Now,
Okay.
remarkable, you can attempt 2 attacks around. And at amazing you attempt 3, and that's kind of it, unless you do take a power for it.
hmm
But with 2 attacks around, the first attack is set at your number, which in your case is remarkable. And the second one is -2 column shifts, which would be under good. Now you could take 2 shots with a blaster. It does 10 damage. Those 10 damage stack in column. Therefore, 10 plus 10 puts you under the excellent. So if you get 2 shots off in a round, you can do excellent points of damage, and you will do 3 points to tower. Now, if you got yourself up to like an amazing grace with a gun, anyway,
Mhm.
you could tempt 3. So that'd be 10 to 10 is 20, 10 to 20 is 30. I don't know. Will that take you into remarkable territory? I think it does.
I think so.
Yeah, it becomes a matter of attrition as you get higher and you can't take steps so easily. But if you were sitting at somehow with specialization and power increase and stuff like that, and an amazing, you could take 3 shots with that blaster and potentially could put 30 damage down.
When I use telekinesis, I'm an incredible.
Yeah, so I mean, your telekinesis is just ripping. So why would you use a damn blaster? Um, but you know,
Maybe something needs to burn.
no, but also keep in mind that telekinesis is basically range strength. So when you do damage to people with your telekinesis, you are doing physical damage. Tower, I think, is
Mhm.
sitting on 37 resistance, so you probably would do no damage to him. However, the blaster, if you get 2 shots off the hit, you would do 3 points of damage to him. You see what I mean? Because it's energy based, not physically based.
Tower is a
I could
fucking
apply.
weapon.
I could apply physics,
You
the
could.
physics
Just-
skill to my flight. Oh,
It's not Tower. It's Mr. O'Leary.
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Leary. But yeah, no, GOP. That's my point. You can name the skill anything you want. I don't care what you call it, right?
Mhm.
Just how are the +1, the +2, or the quirk of the ultimate talent applying? That's it. You can call it whatever you want to call it, and then you need to be able to understand and tell me how that +1 column shift or that +2 column shift or that quirk is applying. That's all you. The name is irrelevant, really. It's more for fun.
yeah.
Yeah.
But if my character understands physics, I get it. It's like he's
Yeah.
he's able to
Sure.
understand how to
So,
maneuver and
so
fly better.
your grace in combat works better. Yep, absolutely do. And then of course you can also apply physics as physics, right? So it's smart. You're multitasking a skill, which for you and I is how you do it. Anyway,
Is indeed.
it is indeed how you do it.
I'm gonna
Metagaming for the win. But anyway, I'm way past my time. But
See you
actually, I
later.
got kind of free time now. But I'll go do something. But nevertheless, thank you all for coming in. Hopefully, you enjoyed that. I was hoping to be able to squeeze in a little combat, their first little mission tonight, so you could see it in play. I even have all the visuals prepared. But these guys are slow as shit. So not only did we not do that, we're an hour past our time. So blame them.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I had most of my stuff figured out beforehand.
I know
too.
you did. I know you did,
Yep.
but that's okay. But
Right.
nevertheless, it's okay. It's fun. Seeing how a system works, and I have adjusted the system a lot. I've completely thrown out their skill system that they call it talents. I've kind of thrown that out, other than martial arts, because and some certain aspects because it works so well. And I've changed certain things, but I think what I've done is at the same time simplified it, but improved it. I feel. And But this is something that's not hard to do because I've been playing this game forever. And when you're trying to take something you know so well and you're trying to improve or adjust it from your point of view, it's actually not that hard. It's much harder to create something from original like Puffin is trying to do. That's way more difficult. But nevertheless, I really like the way. I think it's dynamic and interesting. I think it's a great fun game. And when you guys see it in play, it's going to be great. It's going to be a lot of fun because it's
Okay.
so open-ended and free, and you applying your abilities to directly what you want to do. And it forces you, encourages you even to be comic booky, man. And that's cool.
And I'm gonna be very comic booky.
You should,
I
sir.
can I can use telekinesis to rip people's eyes out.
Yeah, no,
That's
you would lose all you lose not all, but in that case you would lose some karma. You get fired and probably imprisoned.
that is not very Silver Age of you.
This is
Screw 'em.
4 Tower Puffin. Listen, this is 4-color superheroes. Silver Age, even a little. We could put a little Iron Age on it if you want, but I really want to lean towards silver, to be honest with you. And that means you are heroes. You are heroes. You don't rip out eyes. You're not Iron Agey Punisher. You're heroes. You're good guys who do good things.
Now,
You
I
don't.
take a bad guy and I tape him to a wall on the 7th story of a skyscraper. Is that bad,
Yeah,
or
you
am I
would.
just?
You'd lose your character. You'd lose your character.
If
Um,
you, if
yeah,
you
this is
kill
not
them
that.
or drop them, yeah.
I've said it again.
I
No,
could
if you drop them, if you just incinerated that, you get a frown here or there, but that wouldn't be, yeah. But no, this is 4-color comic book. 4
campaign
color.
and go fight
No,
this.
Tower, I know it's going to be a big struggle for you. You're a good guy. You can't be a piss wolf. You're a
We
good
are not
guy.
the Punisher.
You are not the Punisher. You are a good
That's
guy
like
who helps
that is
people.
going to be the aspect of the tower is like the piss wolf was his greatest achievement with
I'm
the
just telling
floaters.
you, that's not what we're doing here. You're playing
I
a
know.
hero.
I
Um, uh,
actually had an interesting ending for that character.
well, he already ended Under the Sea. Um, so it's we're not playing that kind of game. This is a different
But
kind of game. All right, we're going to
in
stick.
the end, he became the floater.
He did. He did become the floater. But yeah, no, we're playing heroes. Um, if you like, say you accidentally kill someone in the game, which you can do, by the way, it is definitely, especially with certain powers, it's definitely possible to kill. If you kill in the game, even accidentally, you lose all karma you gain, including pools. Everything's gone. Boom. And you have legal repercussions, which depends on the situation. But the minimum penalty of killing in this game is a loss of all karma, all of it.
Oh, that's
So
another good question. So let's say you roll really high, right?
Yeah.
Like let's say, okay, I'm doing you know, uh, a ranged attack, and I want to get the bullseye. I don't want to get the kill.
Yeah.
You know, so can you drop it down, or are you stuck with like if you roll red, you are in red? You know.
It depends on the type of attack. Is it a lethal attack? If you're punching or you're throwing a rock, yes, you can step down from red to yellow. You can do that. You can pull your punches, right?
Mhm.
But if you're using a lethal attack like corrosive blast, you cannot.
What?
No,
Oh man, because
you
I'm
cannot.
gonna aim at his hands or his feet. Get him like
Well,
stuck to the ground.
Well, then in that case, what you do
Right.
is you do a called shot, which is you need a bullseye. Now, a called shot, it doesn't matter if you get a red because you're going for a called shot. But a called shot, although it can do damage, it's specifically for hitting a small point, right? So it can be nerfed. You can, I mean, not nerf it. You can take advantage of it. But in general, if you do lethal damage, fire, corrosives, bullets, anything like that, and you roll a red, even if you didn't want to, you're kind of screwed.
Okay,
Well,
so I have
that
to do the
doesn't mean they
call.
die though, right? They just have to go through the kill rolls, the fitness rolls.
And if we're there, we can
Yeah,
shake him out of
you
it
can
or do whatever.
do medical on them, sure. Um, this game is easier to die in than many of the more modern ones because the new modern games are pussy, you know. And everything has to be symmetrical. Everyone has to be equal. It's equal. It's equal. No, this game ain't like that. And you can die.
See,
Not
that's why
hard.
I got a decent amount of my tactics skill. Because like for a lot of like lower weaker enemies, I'm not gonna be constantly like shooting
Yeah.
corrosives at
Well, you
them.
got to think about it.
I'm,
We're not playing villains. A villain would give a shit. We're playing
yeah,
heroes. So
yeah. So I would
you
have
have
to
to.
get in close and actually fight. Like that.
Right. Well, think about Superman. One of the greatest moments of Superman was actually in a little animated film, and he's fighting Darkseid. And Darkseid's kind of whooping up on him, and he's just had enough. And he steps up and he says, "You know, one thing I really like about you, Darkseid, is I don't have to hold back. Normally, every day I'm holding back. It's like the world is made of paper. But with you, big guy, you could take it."
That
That
was
was
Justice League
great.
Unlimited.
Yeah, that was great freaking Superman. That's Superman right there,
Mhm.
right? Because he is constantly holding back. He's never using his limits because he's a hero.
Yeah.
So anyway,
So
I
I'm
gotta
going
go.
in for
What are you
fist.
guys
Yeah,
doing?
yeah,
You just-
yeah. We're trying to ruin everything for you. All
All
your
right.
plans.
Yes.
Bye.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a couple of days. We have Drone Recorder Ultimate Edition. Hopefully you enjoyed this. We're gonna have fun. There's a lot of great visuals coming, especially with the AI art. Allows me to do a lot of more specific things I want. It's not perfect, but it's handy. We'll see you in 2 days. Everyone have a good time. And
See ya.
yeah, later. Bye.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Yee.
I hate